Hey.
Test, 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 test. Yeah, yeah. Test, 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 test. Testa, testa, you testa. Yeah, 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 yeah. Test, 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 test. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
2 and 1 and 2.
tuned in to follow our live stream. Every day at the Nordic Pavilion, we'll take a closer look at the future. How we build, eat, cook, invest, and live if we were to meet the 1.5-degree target. What changes need to be made, and how will that impact our everyday life? We will hear from CEOs, agenda setters, researchers, youth organizations, and politicians. The future starts with the decision we make today. So join us as we draw up the lines of life in the world of tomorrow. And I pardon for the slightly strange sound going on at the moment. But anyway, my name is Andrea Jamholt, and I have the honor of being your moderator for these Nordics talks during the 2 weeks of COP. In this opening talk, we will focus on the bigger picture of the transition we need and the vision for the net zero societies we're aiming for. It will set the scene with the perspectives from science, policy, and future generations. The following days, we will focus on specific sector transitions. And I'm very pleased to say that to help us get a grasp on the bigger picture, I'm very honored to invite to the stage Professor Johan Rockström, Director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact and Research. He will give us a short overview of the urgency needed in transforming our societies into 1.5-degree compatible worlds, and also reflect on, I hope, the Nordic contribution and pathways to the transition needed. So, Johan Rockström, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. So I'd like to give you just an overview on the 3 buckets that we have to keep in mind simultaneously at the talks here in COP27. Bucket number 1 is what we can call progress. How are we doing there? Well, as we know, that bucket is in a very bad state. We're not making progress. We're following a pathway that takes us to 2.4 to 2.8 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. You know, that is unequivocally, without any hesitation across the entire scientific community, a path to disaster. We haven't been there for the past 4 million years. We've been around on this planet as modern humans for 250,000 years. We've developed our civilizations over the past 10,000 years, and we're on our way to push the planet at a state which we haven't seen for 4 million years. It's a completely unacceptable disaster path. So that is the progress level. We have to speed up very rapidly. The second bucket is the bucket on risk. Well, that is, unfortunately, you could argue, just as we're not making progress, we're getting more and more scientific evidence that the risk level is rising, because we have more proof today that 1.5 degrees Celsius is not a goal or a target or a political aim. It's a physical boundary. It's a threshold. Go beyond it, and we're likely to push very big tipping element systems across their tipping points. The Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, all the tropical coral reef systems on planet Earth, you know, the livelihood for over 150 million people and impacting all coastal zone areas in the equatorial band, but also abrupt thawing of permafrost in the boreal region of planet Earth. Just the 2 ice sheets hold 10 meters sea level rise, 10 meters. So at 1.5, we're likely to push the on button of irreversible loss of this 10-meter massive tipping element systems that regulates the stability and livability of planet Earth. It will not melt overnight, of course, but it would be unstoppable. We would simply drift off in the wrong direction for all centuries to come. So this puts COP27 and the whole climate agenda in a new level of sharpness. We're not making progress. We're losing 1.5, but we now know more than ever that 1.5 is real. It is something we have to work very hard on to try and aim. So what does this mean then for the third bucket on outcomes? Well, one is, as we said, we know the pathway. We need to cut emissions by half every decade to have a net zero world economy by 2050 to have any chance of a safe landing. But that will not be enough. Phasing out fossil fuels is, between us, the easy part. The more challenging part is to keep the biosphere intact, to keep the carbon stocks and the carbon sinks in nature still functioning. Nothing less will be required to have a safe landing. That's where the Nordic Pavilion comes in, because I would argue that the only pathway to a safe landing is also a prosperous and equitable and attractive landing. It's a pathway that gives us a more modern civilization, which also has better equity, better security, better economic development, and better health outcomes. And in the Nordic region, we have come furthest in the world to make proof that the journey towards a fossil fuel-free sustainable landing zone for humanity is also a pathway to a more modern, attractive society. And this is something which I think has a key attributes from the Nordic countries. It is number one on the innovation pathway of investing in innovation, but also in taking governance seriously. The accountability part, which I think is fundamental and will be very central to the discussions here in Sharm el-Sheikh. How do we ensure accountability from all countries in the world? And I think the Nordic region has, let's say, put in place the most advanced, not sufficient, but the most advanced mechanism to be able to monitor and account in a serious way the pathways towards that decarbonization future. But there's a final part here which I think is the most important one, which is to be examples for the world. The Nordic region is a respected partner across all the aisles in international cooperation and has to maintain that, because we have to have the bridges for acceleration with all countries in the world, but also the big economies in a situation where the geopolitical trust levels in the world isn't at an all-time low. So here also there's almost like a climate diplomacy role for the Nordic countries to really be the bridge makers between those who are kind of locking us in status quo and those who really want to accelerate the pathway towards a safe and prosperous landing. So the risks are high, we're losing the battle, the Nordics can play an unproportionately important role in opening up the levers for change. And that's why I think this dialogue is really important. So back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Johan. Please have a
Oh,
seat.
okay.
Okay. And could someone please turn on my sound? That would be great. Hello. Yes. Hopefully I will. There the sound is. Thank you. I was pleased to welcome Johan Rockström. I'm even more pleased to welcome the next generation. Nadia, Gullestrup, Christensen, please take the seat. You are the Danish youth delegate to the UN for Climate and Environment. You're also the EU youth delegate. Welcome. I want to start with you, Nadia, and ask, when you listen to what Johan just said, what are your first reflections on that?
And my microphone's on.
No, could we please have Nadia's microphone on as well?
Is it, yeah, it is green.
It's
Yeah.
green?
It is
Should
green.
work? Okay.
It should be on.
I really like how, I'm supposed to be one of the young people,
There
and
we are.
then it's you who are the technical expert. It's really great. But thank you so much for the really great introduction. I think everyone needs to hear this as a basis for the whole COP27, because it's really important that we keep the science in focus. This is not, just a target or a political goal when we talk about 1.5 degrees, as you are saying. This is facts, and this is something that we need to reach. Otherwise, as Johan already said, the consequences are huge. That being said, I think this is also a call to action and really something that we should use to rethink the way status quo is today. And I think this is really something a lot of us young people are really motivated about hearing what you're saying, because, far too often we see young people as, someone out demonstrating and being angry at the older generations, but hearing people like Johan also makes us realize that this is not a fight between generations. There are multiple people who may only be young at heart, who are, with us in this, and I think that is really motivating.
When you, I mean, you sit in on negotiations, we're very close to it, and when you speak in those for us, what are you thinking? Is the generation currently in charge on the right track regarding the goals and ambitions?
No, they're not. Unfortunately not. And I think in general it can be really frustrating being close to the negotiations because there's so many things not happening and for multiple reasons and for so many things which is really frustrating. And I think that is really also why it's so good that we have us as young people to come here and be a bit impatient, because impatient is what we need to be. And I think we as young people can really play a crucial role in highlighting that. And then I think we as young people can also play a role in finding synergies between different disasters, because now we're at a climate conference, but this is not, you know, when we talk about the nature in general, this is not just about climate, it's also about biodiversity and the other planetary boundaries, as you know much more about. And too often we see that the UN system works too much in silos. You know, we're having a UNFCCC, and then we have CBD, the biodiversity, and the conference that are going to be in December. But, you know, we really need to, you know, think across those areas and find sustainable solutions that are both benefiting biodiversity and climate and, you know, other things as well.
Johan, you and your colleagues have told us repeatedly, and you did it today as well, about the urgency of change. And from that, from the recent scientific reports, we learned that we were very, very far from ever complying with the Paris Agreement long-term goal. But how far are we away from that?
Yeah, no, and so for a safe landing at 1.5 degrees Celsius, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, estimates, and I also support that finding, that we have roughly 300 billion tons of carbon dioxide remaining in the global carbon budget. That is equivalent to eight years of emissions at the current level. So, you know, when we in science say that we've entered the decisive decade for having any chance of a safe, equitable landing for humanity, that is based on the latest climate science. So we are rapidly losing our chances to hold the 1.5 degrees Celsius mark. As you know, there are even many scientists that today say that it's too late. We've already passed the chance of holding 1.5. The reason for that, which is quite important to recognize, is that air pollution in the world is actually cooling the planet. So when you have a smog in New Delhi, actually shortening the life for 7 to 8 million people in the world every year because of air pollution, that is keeping the temperatures down with something like 0.2, 0.3 degrees Celsius. So we are at 1.2 today. We might have already a cooling effect of 0.3, so we are essentially at 1.5. My assessment, though, is that if we work with removing carbon dioxide with proven technologies, invest in nature to take up even more carbon, and decarbonize according to the scientific pathway, we can still hold 1.5, but it will certainly have an overshoot period. And the big question is, what will happen then during the overshoot period? Will we trigger tipping points, or will we have them intact? We do not know, to be honest. But this just shows that we are in a true urgency point. Now, if we continue as today, this would mean that already in 10 years' time, we would have committed all future generations to at least moving beyond 1.5 and approaching 2 degrees. And that would very likely mean that we have self-reinforced warming. So what the biggest fear as a scientist is that we come to a point where it doesn't really help that we get off fossil fuels, because methane release, carbon release from soils, carbon release from trees will just self-amplify the warming. It won't go super fast, but it will just be a drift very slowly in the wrong direction. So, you know, we have really all the reason to get off fossil fuels now.
Nadia, listening to Johan, at least for me, I think it's easy to be demotivated when you hear about the odds we are up against. But there must be some positive actions that could be scaled up. Are there initiatives that could lead that way, the way you see it?
Yeah, and I think, of course, it is Johan's task of being, negative, because that is the science. But I think it's still really important that, we as young people are trying to keep being optimistic, because this is our future. And if we want to get more people involved, we also need to show what is the good side. What if we do what we need to do? How will the world look? Having that perspective is really important. And I think some of the issues that you mentioned, such as the health issues, if we're, using that as an example, we can actually save millions of lives if we are transforming to a sustainable way. That would be the, positive story to what Johan just said. And I think that is really important if we are to get people involved who are not already involved. And, the point about getting more people on board is something that is really important for me, because quite often we see that it is a lot of people who look like us who are involved, and then we talk with each other and agree, and that is good. But if we're really going to change society, all over the world, then we need people to get involved who are, working in a regular shop, selling clothes and things like that. They need to get on board. And I think in that regard, it's really important to speak in a language that is understandable for people. Far too often we see that the languages at conferences like COP and things like that, then it's really a difficult language, and I think that is problematic. And of course there's a lot of really positive solutions that you are asking about, to also come back to that. And I think the Nordic region is also really good at promoting them. And when we heard Johan talk about phasing out fossil fuels, then really just using offshore wind as an example, which is a huge technology that started in Denmark, in the Nordic region, and that is really something that we should be proud of and exemplify, to show that it's not just about avoiding and phasing out things. It's also about choosing new things and investing in them.
Now you have both highlighted the Nordics and the way we do things, and maybe even as role models to the rest of the world. But our consumption, we speak about the windmills and green energy, but our consumption. How can we live with that and still be role models? We are creating CO2 footprints, carbon footprints elsewhere in the world. How can we then be kind of cocky and see ourselves as the leaders in this fight? Nadia?
Go ahead.
Yeah, to be frank, we're not leaders when it comes to that, not at all. An average Dane pollutes 7 tons of CO2 per year. That is insane. We would be, totally off if everyone consumed like people in the Nordic countries. So I think that is really something that we should always be really honest about. Also in our home countries, when we talk about us as, being in the forefront, then we always need to remember this, that, our consumption not in the forefront at all. And I think that is really also something where we as young people can help, because a lot of young people are, changing their habits. Not everyone, but some of us, are really trying to, buy more secondhand clothes and share it with your friends, and, starting to get new food habits and things like that, where, just me as an example, trying to convince my parents to eat more, vegetarian. And I think that is really where a lot of the action happen. That is, at home with people, at the dinner table, where you can make family, meet and, change their habits and consumptions. And I think we need to get those conversations started.
Did you succeed with your parents?
They didn't know, when I was living at home, they thought they got a regular lasagna, but then I had, a fake lasagna for them, and they don't know yet. I wouldn't tell, if they were here.
But Johan, what do you think?
No, so I agree, and there's a lot of evidence to show that there is no chance of solving the climate crisis only with technological fixes. We also need behavioral change, and you're absolutely right that the Nordic lifestyles are not compatible with a stable, sustainable planet. There's no doubt about that. That said, I think it's important to keep these agenda items in the climate negotiations in particular a bit apart, because the key message here is to show that you can have good lives, good nation states, good economic development in a decarbonized pathway. You can really follow a decarbonization pathway. You can have sustainable forestry, sustainable food systems, everything going within the planetary boundaries and still be a modern, successful, equitable society. Because that's what can get India on board. That's what can get Indonesia on board. You know, they will never really act on the climate crisis unless they feel that it's a pathway to get a better development. It cannot be going backwards. And then we have to load that further with saying that, yes, our consumption patterns are unsustainable, and we are importing large parts of our footprint. You're right. An average Swede reports to the United Nations 5 tons per capita per year. That's the official number of the domestic emissions, but the real number is twice that because of our net imports of consumption. But then you could also argue, which the industry does, and I can see a certain validity to that, say, well, but you know, the reason why the Nordic per capita consumption is so unsustainable is that we're consuming coal-driven consumption from China. So if we can help China to get off coal, then of course the consumption has a lower carbon footprint. That is true, but it won't solve the issue that really matters, which is that our total consumption must go down. So it's a very complex matter, but I wouldn't, you know, it's a bit like a typically Nordic behavior that we tend to be a little bit Lutheran and masochistic, you know. We're doing good, but still let's pain ourselves. We're not really doing so good, so let's be silent because we're really not that good and we're consuming so much. I would say, let's be clear on the successes. Let's be clear on what we can see can really give good outcomes. The Norwegian electrification of the transport system, the Danish energy transition, the Swedish efforts now to really try to get to sustainable agricultural systems. I mean, put those forward, and then, yes, have some self-bashing as well, needed, but not kind of silence our voice.
The Sweden just got a new government, and the Prime Minister said that his main goal was to keep everyday life going as it is. So he didn't want to press people to change their behavior. What are your thoughts on that approach when we live in the Nordics and we praise ourselves?
Yeah, no, to me that is a concern. I find that to be quite a 1990s position. Actually, it reminds me of George Bush the Elder at the Rio conference saying that the US lifestyle is not up for negotiation, which was a real spanner in the wheel on the Rio conference, which, as you know, led up to the birth of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Agenda 21. Claiming today that lifestyles of Swedes are not up for negotiation, I think is not a very constructive pathway to really have good collaboration in this transition. And I would say that in Sweden, as I imagine in the Nordics, there is quite a high degree of recognition today that we have a supply crisis. It's not a demand crisis, it's a supply crisis which is driving inflation and economy going towards recession, because we have a lack of supply of renewable energy. Putin shuts off the gas pipe, and we have a supply crisis. Well, how do you deal with a supply crisis? Well, number one, you invest in new energy systems, solar voltaics and wind and biomass and hydro. And number two, you save energy. You reduce per capita energy consumption. That is a lifestyle change. And I see it in Germany, I see it in Sweden, that citizens in general are willing to turn down their heat at home, to reduce their energy use. I think that is a much more sensible message today, that, you know, it's rough times. We have to, you know, step up to that situation. Not say, we're just going to use taxpayers' money to subsidize your consumption because we promise you status quo. I think that's a bit, as I said, it's kind of old-fashioned environmental. I don't know what you feel about that,
but there will be a shift of generation in charge of policy development and of course even the industry. What do you think, Nadia, will be different in the future from today?
so many things will be different, and that is also why, you know, the Swedish Prime Minister is not going to be able to, you know, keep his promise no matter what, because now that climate change is happening, people's everyday and lifestyle will change, you know, whether he wants it or not, and then it's just about, you know, how we want to change it. So, you know, there are some Swedes that are going to be disappointed at some point, maybe not in this election term, but, you know, probably in the next. So yeah, I think it's really important that we get more honest policymakers, and that we as voters are also, you know, a bit more critical when it comes to that. But there's so many things that are to change, and I think, you know, bringing up energy efficiency as example is really good, because that is, you know, a thing where it's both something where we need political changes, you know, we need investments, and we need public-private partnerships to, you know, really scale up, you know, energy efficiency all around society, get better windows, isolations, and you know, really more things like that. And then we also need people to change habits. And I think this is really something positive that came out of the current horrible crisis. That is that people, you know, all over the world in their everyday lives are, you know, thinking about how to save energy in interesting ways, and, you know, also how you can use the energy smarter. It's not just about savings, it's also, you know, about moving your energy, you know, use at, you know, different times. So, you know, when I've been out drinking a beer in the night, then, you know, I'll remember to, you know, wash the clothes when I come home, even though it's 2 at night, because that's perfect, you know, and really finding, you know, new ways and ideas for being a bit more sustainable is, you know, is something that we're all going to do. Not to say that you should all, you know, go out and drink beers and then wash your clothes afterwards. There can't be mistakes when you do that.
You're speaking into the Nordic Prime Minister's Vision 2030 here. You should run for office. But speaking of the Prime Minister, I mean, the vision they have set for themselves is to be, for the Nordics to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. And it's an ambitious vision. What then should be done to reach that goal, which is rather soon actually? And how can the Nordics take lead on this transition the way you see it, Johan?
Yeah. I mean, I would say that the first step to take, where the Nordic countries are in a pool position to take it, is to be absolutely clear that this is not only about carbon, it's really about all the planetary boundaries. There's no sustainable Nordic region by 2030 unless you also clean up the Baltic Sea, unless you secure that all the boreal forest systems and the reindeer herd in the northern parts of Scandinavia can continue having their pastoral lifestyles, that you deal with microplastics, that you deal with all the soil and biodiversity challenges that you have across the entire region. So you have to take care of nitrogen, phosphorus, freshwater, land, and biodiversity as well. And I think we, in the Nordic region, every country has its environmental targets. It's one of the few regions that have been working persistently since the Rio conference in 1992 along this path. So that's number one. Number two is the accounting. I mean, that we really need to have accounting on all these parameters, so that when, for example, the Swedish Parliament has taken a decision to have 70% reduction of emissions in the transport sector by 2030, which means a total, you know, transition to electric mobility, you have to account for that basically month by month today to be able to show, are we making progress? And I think that would be a wonderful way of the Nordic regions to show that we're putting up a national accounting system that keeps track of this month by month, but not only on carbon, but on all greenhouse gases, of course, but also on the other environmental parameters that form part of that sustainability criteria.
You want to say something, Nadia?
Yeah, I think it's really, you know, important with the, you know, perspective that you're mentioning about, you know, accountability. And I think, you know, of course we have learned how to do it with carbon in some way or another, but especially when it comes to things like biodiversity, then it's really difficult for policymakers to figure out how can we measure that, how can you know, measure one kind of bird compared to, you know, one whale. And I think that is really also where we need more collaboration between Nordic countries to find, you know, a common measurement for how we can do it and how we can set goals as a region. Also because, you know, the Nordic countries are so small, especially Denmark when it comes to you know, geography. So we also need to think across borders. For example, when it comes to protecting the ocean biodiversity biodiversity, then it doesn't make any sense to have a Danish approach and say now the whale is, over in our ocean and we'll protect it. We need to, think more together and find solutions where that works more in common and across countries. And that is really difficult, but I think it would be really good if we could have, more goals together. What if we had that, the Nordic region should reduce with 80% in 2030? I think that would be really interesting if we could set goals like that. And I know some policymakers would, be almost dying when they hear things like that because they want their own goals. But I think it would be really good if we could have more goals together.
Yeah, I agree.
Give her a hand.
Absolutely.
The next Danish Prime Minister or something. But anyway, imagine then, we talked about the Nordics now, but if we broaden the scope, imagine that world leaders, sectors and consumers acted upon what science tells us is needed as of from today. What would be the most important step to take within the closest decade globally to reach climate neutrality by 2050? Johan?
Yeah, I would put three things on the table. The number one is to have an immediate decision, like COP27, to forbid all subsidies to fossil fuels. I mean, to take away the $500 billion of direct subsidies each year, and the $4 trillion of indirect subsidies each year. So just eradicate those immediately. That's number one. Number two is that we need to have a global agreement not to put any more financing into any new fossil fuel infrastructure. This hits Norway, it hits Germany, it hits China, it hits, but it's just impossible to align with science to have new oil exploration or new coal-fired plants which will live for the next 40 years, and that has to stop immediately. And the third is very simple: put a price on carbon. If you do like the European Union, put 100 euros or US dollars per ton carbon dioxide, it would go this fast, and it would be done. Because immediately all financial institutions, all banks, all capital will move away from fossil fuels. Because we know that above 50 euros, it simply isn't worth it. And 100 euros is a big benchmark. The social cost of carbon today in science is 200, and we know we'll be moving even higher. The European Union is already at 100. So the European Union approach to this should be rapidly scaled up across the world. So if you get a price on carbon, stop all investments, and get rid of subsidies, I think at least we've taken one step.
Nadia, do you have a bit on it?
Yeah. And when you were mentioning, carbon tax, then I was all cheering, like the people over there, they heard it as well, because that is really what is needed, and of course it would be ideal if we could get, a carbon tax. I know it's not realistic, but we really need to work on getting it on as high level as possible. And then I think, your question was, how can we reach climate neutrality in 2050? And then I'm thinking, we as a Nordic region, talking about those goals we should have together, it shouldn't be 2050. We as a region should be, carbon neutral, much before, and also think about our supply chains, and having goals for that is really also something that is important, talking about the consumption that we had before. So really that is something that is important to keep in mind. And then, you're talking a lot about phasing out fossil fuel, and really that is top on the to-do list also for young people. But then, to highlight what needs to be done, then it's also investing more in renewable energy. I think, of course, it is something that is already happening in the Nordic region, but especially when it comes to the global south, then it's important to remember that, because it's not always that the supply chains are there, and it's much more, expensive to build renewable energies there, because they don't always have, the supply chains and the political will there. So really keeping that in mind and scaling the build out of renewables all over the world is something that is really important.
We are getting close to the end here, but we have time for a couple of more questions. So I would like to ask you also, how do you think we have to evolve to be set for the future, if you like? What is the next step for mankind? In our program, we have a focus on coexistence with nature. Is that really realistic?
Well, just one little, it's not a correction, but I just want to, I mean, you're so important and you're sitting in the negotiations, and my advice would be actually to not say that it's not realistic to have a global price on carbon. I as an old academic can say that, but not you. I think you should stay there and say nothing is impossible. I mean, we went through a pandemic and we turned things around overnight in a way that we had never expected. I think it's not impossible. Over 40 countries in the world have a price on carbon, too low, but it's at least Barack Obama had a shadow price on carbon of $40 US when he was in the White House. China has a price on carbon. I think you should not accept, because all the adults say all the time it's not realistic. And I think you should just punch back and say, look here, we have a crisis here. You put a global price on carbon. It will have different features in every market around the world, of course. But we need it. And science is so clear about that. And it would tip the scale so fast. So I wouldn't just drop that word.
Thank you.
If you're okay with that.
Yeah.
But then on your question on, well, we have scientifically been emphasizing this for decades, that we have to reconnect the world with planet Earth. And this sounds like a high-level esoteric theory, but it's actually quite frustrating to see how we have allowed ourselves to decouple our economies from nature, as if GDP is not entirely dependent on sourcing of rare earth metals and mining and resources in nature. And it's now hitting back. I mean, when you think of it, over the last 100 years, it's only in the last 20 years that the planet is starting to send invoices back to the economy in very big invoices. I mean, tens of billions of US dollars. That's Ian in Florida. That's the Pakistan floods. That's the heat wave in Europe. That's the Bangladeshi floods. These are big invoices. So of course we need to reconnect to nature, and the question is, can that be done in a meaningful, explicit way? I think the answer is yes. Why? Well, it's also in a way driven by, surprisingly enough perhaps, driven by some negatives. For example, we see more and more concerns around the world on food insecurity. This is hitting really hard. If you look at the food price index of the FAO, we've had only 3 crises over the last 100 years. We have the oil crisis, 1974, food prices shot to the roof and was at an all-time high, and we had a crisis across the world. The second time was during the Arab Spring. People went out in the streets of Cairo, and they had the manifestations was bread, freedom, and independence. Bread, freedom, independence. Word number 1 was bread, which means that the food prices at that spike reinforced the Arab Spring. That's well proven today. And the third spike is right now. And the one we have now is higher than the other 2. So I think we have like this it's a bit like a pandemic tipping point of recognizing that, oh my God, freshwater soils, overuse of pesticides, loss of biodiversity, we're having problems here. Fertilizers, where do the fertilizers come from? They're coming from Ukraine. How are they produced? With natural gas. Oh my God, is that how it works? And without fertilizers, no food. This is something that I think is starting to sink in. And I think we need to communicate that even stronger. So I think, yes, I think we're moving towards that reconnection to nature. It's going too slow, but I think we're recognizing more and more. I mean, just to give the final data here, 25% of our greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel burning is absorbed in terrestrial ecosystems on land. It's not on agricultural land. It's in the little part of intact nature. It's the 50 or so % of still intact nature on the planet. This is the biggest subsidy to the world economy. Just nature sucking up 1/4 of our climate debt. That's nature helping us. So I think there's more and more pathways in that direction. And again, I think the Nordics can play a really important role there, because I think culturally, we at least have a lot of strong connections culturally to our kind of core ecosystem roots. So I think we should play that card as well.
Here at the Nordic Pavilion, we have this focus on what the Nordics would look like by 2050. And if we shift to the regenerative thinking, as we have been talking about now, and of course also practice, Nadia, well, how do the Nordics look like then in the future, in 2050? What do you think?
I hope and I will demand that we are living in harmony with nature at that point, and that we have a really high tax on carbon, and that we are also putting a value on nature. Now Johan has talked a lot about, you know, how nature is really helping us, but we're not currently, you know, really valuing how much nature benefits. And it's really, you know, it's possible to put, you know, a price on it, a price tag, you know, in dollars, you know, how much do we actually get out of nature? And of course, we also need to acknowledge the intrinsic value of nature, but we really need to be more aware of the value of nature in general. So I think that is really something that is important. And then when you talk about, you know, how do I vision 2050, then I really also hope that we are able to share the resources better across the world. You know, now we're talking about food and bread, and, you know, how that is really crucial for people to have it. But, you know, we actually have enough food around the world. It's just getting wasted because a lot of us are not able to use it in a proper way. And, you know, when that is really problematic, and we need to find solutions to that, where we're sharing resources and also in generally working more together. And I hope that we can start in the Nordic region, showing how we can have more private-public partnerships, and also add people to that PPP to make it even more difficult, because we need those collaborations to find solutions that are not already there.
So, but to be very concrete, if I were to go to Copenhagen or Oslo or Helsinki or Stockholm in 2050, what will I see then? How will that city or those cities look like? What do you think?
You will not see any fossil fuels, not at all. Maybe, you know, a few electric cars, and they will be shared between people. I really like that idea, you know, that you do not always need to have your own cars or things like that. And not because, you know, you don't need to be extremely left-wing to have that perspective. We already see companies today like GoMore, where you could, you know, on your phone, then just, you know, rent a car or a bike or things like that. And I think that is really interesting, how we can share more things together in a way where we are also, you know, saving resources. So I hope that that would be something that you would experience.
Johan, what do you think we will see in 2050 in the capitals and in the Nordic countries? How would it look like?
Well, let me just, so I very much share this scenario of a totally fossil fuel free country, region. But let me just start by saying that, you know, there is the dark scenario as well, which may lead to a situation, for example, where, you know, we in the Nordics have felt very uncomfortable when Donald Trump started to build a wall against Mexico. But the risk is very large that if we continue as today, we will look back at Trump as being a forerunner for something that has become natural in Europe, because the migration pressure will be so big. Actually, the latest science shows that up to 3 billion people will be on the move between 2050 and 2070, just because of heat threatening health in the whole equatorial region on planet Earth, because of the warming that is occurring. So of course, you know, also when you paint a future, you are at risk of having massive displacement of people, which makes societies very unstable in the future. So of course, the desired future is a fossil fuel free nations in the Nordic region, also with much more investments in green space in general. I think we'll see urban regions, which we already experience, moving towards much more integration of nature in the urban space. I hope we'll also see a much better integration between the rural regions and the urban regions, so that there's a kind of a recognition that urbanites are totally dependent on farmers and forestry and marine systems, so that there's a much better sense of entirety in societies. But they have to be healthy, clean, zero carbon and sustainable.
There we have it, the vision. Thank you, Johan Rockström and Nadia Gullestrup Christensen, for being with us today at this opening talk at the Nordic Pavilion. It has been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bra.
Tak. Ha ha ha.
check, check. Hey, hello. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. This, check, check, check. This, on. Hey, hello. Check. check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, one, two, hello, check. Check. Check this. Check.
Så. hear myself at least, and I hope that I will be able to hear our presenters as well. I would like to welcome all of you to this event today. It's about how we enhance development and transfer of climate technology. And this is the best place to talk about this, the COP. So it has become clear that many technologies exist that are ready for transfer and uptake, but enabling conditions is needed for this to happen because it's either missing or inadequate. It will be my pleasure today to take you through this event. My name is Mette Anneli Rasmussen from the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. I'm filling in for my good colleague, Sarah Trørup, who is heading our technology program, who could not be here today. So bear with me, I've been, tossed into this in the 11th hour. It is clear that last year in Glasgow, the importance of strengthening cooperative action on technology development and transfer for implementation of mitigation and adaptation actions were emphasized. The IPCC calls for a drop of almost 10% each year globally, and resilience to climate change impacts must be built in, and must be built in now. Our own from UNEP emissions gap report calls for a rapid transformation for societies to achieve the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. But so currently, no systematic or regular assessment of these aspects around technology deployment and transfer at sectoral and regional events exists. So that's why UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center and Technology Executive Committee decided to try to fill that gap, bringing together some of the great minds to think how we can actually fill the gap and inform action on tech transfer. So it is my privilege today to hear from some of the authors, the great minds that we put together for this publication, who you will find online. I'll ask Deborah and Elizabeth to come up here and give us some takeaways from the report. I will ask you to introduce yourself because you know yourselves best. Thank you.
Okay, so hello, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Deborah Lay. No? No.
Hi. Ooh, okay, I'm really loud.
Okay.
Is that okay? Okay, so then I'll introduce myself. I'm Elizabeth Gilmore. I'm a professor at Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. This is my wonderful colleague, Deborah Lay. Deborah is well, she works for the UN.
Yeah,
and
I'm
in the
Economic Affairs Officer with the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and we're both IPCC authors from the sixth assessment cycle. And basically this report, the contribution we made to the report was expand upon the multidimensional feasibility assessment presented in IPCC and focus it specifically on both mitigation and adaptation technologies. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
so because
Oh.
Okay.
So the multidimensional feasibility assessment tries to go beyond the usual economic and technological dimensions under which we say if a technology is possible or not. So we also look at institutional, social, environmental, and geophysical dimensions. And the way the assessment is carried out is that we go beyond looking at normal peer-reviewed literature, but also try to incorporate different types of knowledge, like indigenous knowledge, and try to fill in the gaps that other assessments have more bottom-up information, for example, but also looking at the different societal equity and inclusion aspects. So this figure here shows how we do the assessment. We determine what are the indicators, we create the database, and more importantly, that each assessment is reviewed by 3 experts. So that means that we get regional coverage, and it gives us another opportunity to make sure that all different information sources are in. This formula in the bottom, where the bars are here, shows where how we determine a high, medium, or low feasibility of the option. The other innovation of this methodology is that besides assessing the feasibility across dimensions of each option, we also look at synergies and trade-offs. So what are the synergies and trade-offs with mitigation of adaptation options, and synergies and trade-offs of adaptation for the mitigation options? So now Elizabeth will explain a bit on, on energy.
So thank you, Debbie. So to ground what we're saying here we show a feasibility assessment of energy adaptation and energy mitigation technologies. And so first, in the first panel, we look at renewable energy mitigation technologies, and it's been evaluated across 6 key dimensions. And these dimensions are drawn from the literature, and so is the assessment. What makes a feasibility assessment very strong, as Debbie mentioned, is that we draw systematically from all of the literature to then draw our conclusions about what facilitates and what is a barrier. And so you see here for solar, wind, energy storage, and low carbon grids, we assess that overall these technologies have a high technological feasibility, but they differ in terms of their sociocultural and institutional capacities. Adaptation is also shown here. Here we focus jointly on energy technologies, but also the resiliency of these technologies, what they can lend to adaptation. And so we look at improved water use efficiency, resilient power systems, and energy reliability. Again, we look across the different dimensions, although for adaptation, you note that we focused primarily on barriers, whereas for mitigation, we looked both at facilitators and barriers. What this shows is the strength of this technique. It allows you to focus in on what matters, and specifically what would matter for policymakers.
So, for example, working across system transitions, we want to show the example here of water. So under the system transitions framework, we have sustainable water management for urban and infrastructure, for energy systems, and for land and other ecosystems. And what we can find is that even though we have high feasibility across, we institutional tends to have a medium feasibility. And this goes back to what are the transparency mechanisms and legal and regulatory issues and political acceptability. So some of these issues are the ones that are most prevalent to have barriers. So this means that institutional aspects need to be strengthened. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the component of synergies and trade-offs. So here we can see, for example, that the implications of mitigation for all the adaptation options is mainly of synergies, because when we discuss reliability of energy systems, we're usually talking about options that also help reduce costs and improve performance. So at least in the energy sector, the different options serve both for mitigation and adaptation purposes. In terms of the mitigation options, again, we also have mainly synergies, but with medium trade-offs for carbon capture and storage, for example. And other options like solar energy, again, mainly synergies, and the small trade-offs that we find are due to, for example, what happens with the waste after the end of the life of the project. And just as an example, it could be glass, but it could also be battery components. And here, because this report is focused on Africa, we pulled out the assessment from the Africa chapter, and what we can see is that we mainly have knowledge gaps. So there needs to be more production of literature, but also that given more time, it would be appropriate to do expert elicitation and gather information also from different local communities into how the different options work. But again, this is just to show the process, stepping away from the usual economic and technological dimensions. In the case of the Africa chapter, they also worked on sub-regions. But in this case, again, there was not sufficient literature to show the assessment at the different sub-regions. Liz? That's it.
Okay.
So, yeah, oh.
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you
Go
very
ahead.
much for these presentations. And as you can see, we have worked a lot on this. This is the first off, and we hope that there will be more. And I would like to ask you a little bit of a provocative question, maybe. So, if you were a policymaker, would you actually use this feasibility assessment in practical terms? Because in the next session of this side event, we will hear from some we will hear from perspectives from Africa and from the cooperation of Danish industries. So if you were a policymaker, what would you use this for?
Thank you for that question, Nadia. This approach, this feasibility assessment, even within the IPCC, was a recognition that we want to make the science into something that can be used by practitioners. And so even as it was being set up, it was with a lens not to tell the science to scientists, but to tell the science to decision makers, to tell the science to practitioners. And what we've shown here is sort of it's a longer version, it's a global version that you'll find in our 6th assessment report. But we also see this report as a real opportunity, and it's an opportunity to move beyond some of the confines of the IPCC, where we tend to rely primarily on the peer-reviewed literature, and actually go and ask the experts, ask the stakeholders about the knowledge that they have, but still using our systematic framework to make sure that we end up with a high confidence product that then the policymakers can draw upon. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, it is. I mean, this year we have mainly covered the global south. Our attention going forward to cover both the global south and the developed countries. So there's also an invitation to all of you here to engage in debate on this. And further, I would like to ask you, how can the feasibility assessment then be used more actively by country representatives and decision makers?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the flexibility of this methodology is in that the indicators that we discuss can be changed depending on the national or subnational context and priorities. So just as an example, if we were in Central America, under social and cultural, we would definitely include indigenous knowledge as one of the indicators. If I was in Guatemala, I would add, for example, Mayan cosmovision. How well is Mayan cosmovision assimilated or presented? So this allows really for each individual, for very contextual issues to be included. What's important to the communities we're working with or for the countries we want. And again, that's where different aspects of expert elicitation or just at the at the grassroots of what is important for the communities, what are their perceptions and expectations, and how can we better target the different indicators? Because as we concluded in our chapter, some of these indicators of the feasibility assessment can also form the basis of monitoring and evaluation. So it won't substitute M&E, but we can certainly use some of these indicators. For example, what are the socio-cultural aspects of a certain technology assimilated? Or is there inclusiveness whether intergenerational or gender.
Yeah, so how do you plan to work with that going forward?
Going forward, we need to keep in mind that this is very dynamic. So like what we showed is up to 1.5 degrees. So if we go beyond 1.5, we need to do a new assessment, but also because literature is always coming out. So when we started this exercise during the special report of global warming at 1.5, there was not enough literature to do gender equity assessment. And now in AR6 we were able to. So again, I think it's for each policymaker or project developer to look at what are the priorities of the places where they're working and how this information can be generated. Liz, want to add here?
Yeah, thank you. And I think on that last note, one of the other aspects of this feasibility assessment is because it shows you where there's low evidence and no evidence, it can also signal to your research community where more efforts are needed, right? So it not just allows you to make careful decisions about technology across many dimensions, right? So again, stressing that we often think about it in the economic sense, but we know that there are many more enablers and barriers. And so this really draws that out. But that idea that it also can guide those research priorities, those development priorities and needs, I think is another real strength of this approach. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to take if there are one or two questions from the floor. Otherwise, we are in the, I don't know, is there? No? No, otherwise we would like to say thank you very much. As we are in a COP setting, people are running from one place to another. So we're very happy that you could make it today. So let's give them a hand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite the second panel up to the floor, please. So we have heard about the feasibility assessment study, and now we have invited some representative from not the academic world, or mainly also, but also practitioners in the works outside these walls as well. As I just said, COP is a dynamic place. So first we will hear from Samba, who is a good friend of the Copenhagen Climate Center, UNEP's Copenhagen Climate Center, so TNA for many years, and would like to give us a speech or a talk on the barriers to technology assessment.
So thank you very much. I'm Samba Fall, working at Enda Energy, also responsible for climate and systemic transition. And I am very delighted to join this meeting to share some lesson learned about barriers, but also perspective from the regional perspective of the TNA. As I mentioned, I'm working at Enda. Enda is a regional center of the TNA process. We have started this process since 2009, and up to now we are supporting countries to develop the TNAs. So at the moment we are covering 3 countries in Africa, and at the same time also we are about to finalize the TNA of 6 countries. And so far what we have learned, we have done a kind of evaluation of the previous TNA, and we think and the most important barriers that African people are facing when it comes to the implementation of the TAPs is first the economic and financial barriers, because we know that there are a lot of technologies that have been identified in the TNA, but the upfront cost for developing these technologies is something that is hindering the implementation. And when, for example, when some countries have prioritized micro hydropower technologies, to afford or to promote universal access to energy, but also to contribute to the mitigation side. But the feasibility studies are very high, and people cannot, and even the government cannot afford this kind of upfront cost. It's the same also when it comes to deploy some micro irrigation aspect at the farm level. The farmers really have some does not have sufficient fund to access to this kind of very good technologies, but the upfront fund cost is something that is hindering the uptake of these technologies. And we know that due to the current climate change and variability issues, farmers cannot again rely on the rainfall agriculture. So they have to move to a more adaptation path into the agricultural sector. And we know that micro irrigation is something that are prioritized but is not really well scaled out in the region. And the other one in terms of barriers is the expertise. At the national level, we have a good engineer, good expert, but we have to have a mass of local experts who can work on TNAs, who can work on developing technologies throughout the whole cycle of the technologies process, because we know that there is a kind of five step to scale up the technologies. And for each step, we know we have to develop a kind of innovation system that help really expert, but also local grassroots communities, because these communities are sometimes champions. And the thing is that we don't have this connection between scientific expert level with the grassroots level. So this is something also we need to think about if we really want to help implementing the TNA outcome. Last but not least is the regulatory and institutional framework, especially for the energy side. If you want to implement a kind of hydropower or develop a kind of power plant with solar, sometimes if you have a kind of size, a big size project, you need to kind of develop this institutional framework, and that is something that have been well identified in terms of action plan in the TAPs. Throughout most of the TAPs in our region, they identify the regulatory framework as some action, a key action. The other one is access to finance. Access to finance is key, because we are helping negotiators. At the moment, what we are talking about is how to implement the TAP project and project ideas. But to help countries to go to the next step, you have to develop a kind of national expertise on developing project concept note. It can be either directed to Green Climate Fund or Adaptation Fund or any kind of windows that are appropriate. But what is clear is that in Africa, there are some countries that are doing very well in terms of generating a concept note related to TNA, but there are some countries, most of the countries are still looking for. So I think that in terms of lesson learned, what we can, and I really appreciate also the current TNA phase, where we provide opportunities to countries to develop a concept note at the end of the TAP. But I think that one concept note is not enough. So we have to help countries to develop several concept notes out of the TAP process. And also the other thing is how to update TNAs, because Africa, some countries have started their TNAs a while ago, like from the first phase from 2009 and 2014, and now it was before the Paris Agreement. And now each country have to implement its Paris Agreement goals. So to do that, we have to help also countries to update their TNA, update the sectors, because at the time some sectors have been prioritized, but since then, there's some change. And we have to now to help countries to prioritize the sectors. And within the sectors also, we see that there are some evolution of technologies. And also, this update can help also countries to update their technologies. So my last point would be just to re-emphasize on the financial needs, because the last TNA report summarized the needs in Africa averaging of 2.7 billion for mitigation and 2.4 billion dollars for adaptation side. So and it's a lot, and I think that there is a need for, as I said, to develop expertise to help countries to elaborate, generate quickly very good quality of requests for GCF, but also we have to again help countries to establish a kind of framework where NDE is a national designated entity, the focal point of the citizen, can work together with current or ongoing climate processes. I mean the national communication, the BTR, but also the adaptation fund, the GEF windows, so that they know, they advocate for the outputs that have been generated through the TNA. So there is a communication need, a socialization of the product of the TAP. So in a nutshell, these are the point that I would like to share in terms of barriers, but also perspective. But last but not least is how to put emphasis on indigenous technologies. Indigenous technology is key, because for sure we need modern technologies, but we have also to develop a national innovation where we put at the center our local solution, and how we have to help our grassroots communities, territories, young champions to mature their technologies within an enabling framework that is much more affordable and easier. So I would like not to expand more, but these are some notes that I would like to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would have, I mean, you just finished with talking about youth, and youth will have to live with what we have all done in the past. So how do you see youth part of going forward on the technology needs assessment?
Yeah, this is a very good question, because in Africa we really sometimes see very good innovation coming from youth communities. It can be at the urban or rural areas, but also we have young entrepreneurs that are doing very good job in terms of generating, developing technologies. But as I said, at the moment, the main missing elements is the enabling framework. How to help these young entrepreneur or young innovator to scale up their project ideas. Sometimes the first seedling funds is not enough to move further. So they have to be coached, and they have to receive additional funding in a way that can sustain the innovation, but they can also spare in the world the innovation within their community at the national level, but also to try to promote South-South cooperation, because we know that there are some added value in developing this kind of cooperation. That is, I think, that's some ideas that we can also share. Thank you.
Yes, and some sectors and regions in Africa are doing really well. Can you give us a few of why that is, you think? What's specific there?
Can you explain again, please?
Some regions, African regions,
yes,
and technologies are actually doing quite well.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could, I mean,
yeah,
take a look and summarize why is that, or what can we from where it's.
Yeah, I think that it's more because of the nature of our vulnerabilities. When I like agriculture and waters, because our needs are relying to these two particular sectors. agriculture and water sectors in most of our African countries, because we know that more than 60 or 70% of our active population are relying on agriculture. And the last recent publication of the IPCC report showcased the current impact, negative impact of recurrent floods, recurrent drought into these particular sectors. So, and we know, and to rely, to help to develop a resilient development, we need to tap into these particular sectors, because these are the main sectors that where we are relying for our subsistence, not only for climate vulnerability, but subsistence. So we have to promote. And also, the other thing in terms of mitigation is that when we are promoting renewable energies, we are also promoting energy access. So basically, the main entry point is, again, the needs. For the agriculture, we are relying on this, but also for the energy side also, we are looking for how to help countries to get more energy access. And to doing so, you are also contributing to climate goals achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Samba, and I think it applies to you that you would have to leave us shortly, sadly. But if there are any questions,
any question, yes, yeah.
If there are any questions, and we will also post afterwards, so you can liaise and get in touch with Samba and the rest of the speakers. Are there any questions for Samba? No? No, then I would like to say thank you very much and give you a big hand.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to invite Chris up here to the stage, please. I know we are running a little bit late, but we have been speaking, now we have heard the regional perspective from the continent that we are on. And to put that into perspective, we have invited Marie Gade, who is Director of Global Development and Sustainability from the Confederation of Danish Industries, because a lot of what Simba was talking about was exactly technology transition and deployment. And this is basically what you do.
No? Can you? Yeah, you can hear me. Great. Yeah, so I'm from the Confederation of Danish. Jeg skal bevæge mig tilbage. Okay. Sådan. Yes. Works. Very good. So I'm from the Confederation of Danish Industry. We have very strong partnerships with African business associations and employers associations, and we've been working together on technology transfer for quite a number of years. We've been working and have experiences from business to business technology collaborations, technology transfers, from more sort of sector specific and public-private partnerships. And I think one thing I'd like to draw on from the last speaker was the focus also on youth. We are now on the world's youngest continent, a gigantic generation of young people that have a great potential for technology development. We see great partnerships between universities in across the world, actually, Asia, Africa, Europe, and kind of a bottom-up development. Working on open source technologies rather than patented, and I think here we are really seeing a great potential. But apart from access to finance, which we've already touched on as a barrier, I think I'd also like to draw to focus in on some of the framework barriers that was also pointed to earlier. We were discussing, the previous speakers had a focus on wind energy. I was looking into it because in a moment we have a discussion right next door on financing wind energy infrastructure. It seems Africa has a gigantic potential for wind energy infrastructure. 180,000 tetrawatts was what it came up. But what is the problem? The problem is very much, as you point to in the report as well, a lack of knowledge, a lack of financing, and a lack of development. We were engaged in one project in Ethiopia, in a totally different sector. When we talk about climate, it's very much also about adaptation. It's about access to food. So together with NGOs, companies, Danish companies, Novozymes and Christensen, and local partners in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Business Association, we have been working on the development of modern types of foods that are climate friendly, based on local produce that works as well in climate change, and that is very much focused on the nutritional value. So I think the potential in bringing different kinds of technologies is very large, and it's showcased in this partnership. So a biscuit has been developed using the local produce, but in order to give it the exemplary nutritional value, and in order to make it last for a long time, there's a need for importing enzymes that are currently not produced in Ethiopia. So it turned out there are trade barriers towards exactly this kind of enzymes. So this kind of co-creation that we can have together across partners from Europe, Africa, based on local produce, based on developing something together that is contextualized into the local environment, is sometimes broken by a need of technologies that are not yet produced locally but coming in from the outside. So here we really need politicians, we need different types of partners working together in order to get the framework conditions right. So not just financing, but also access to technologies from the outside until they can also be manufactured locally.
Thank you very much, Marie. and I think it's good that you point out to the fact that we are working together, the Danish Confederation of Industry, with the African region and continent. And as we are in the Nordic Pavilion, I would like to ask you, is there any specific, trends, developments that we or you have in your organization learned and would like to share, or would be beneficiary to share with the African continent, and then the other way around? I know you've been traveling a lot, so what have you taken back? Because this is a two-way process, as you also said.
Yes, absolutely. I think we've taken a lot of things back. I think we've seen companies from all over the world coming to the African markets with technologies that they think can make a difference in water, in food, in other types of sectors, and failing because they didn't co-create with local partners. I think that is one of the main takeaways, and I think the idea of also basing it on something that is manufactured locally and then adding value to the local produce with technologies that are available globally is really part of the main solution. But in order to be able to do that, we really need the framework conditions to be right. I think from the Nordic countries, we are quite far away from Africa in many senses, but we do have a way of working together across sectors, NGOs, companies, public sector, that I think we benefit from a lot when we collaborate with our African partners as well, benefiting both ways around.
And what kind of specific actions could you think of? Like you're collaborating with your business associations in different countries, but how do you do that, or how do you see that develop into more countries than you are in already?
Well, I think the potential is really great. What I see is really the African business sector, I think, being very dedicated towards the green and sustainable transition, but we need to put opportunities in there as well. It's not just green transition for the sake of green transition. When we work with African businesses, it has to be with a focus on job creation as well. It has to be with a focus on just transition, educating youth for the future jobs. So I think that will be our main focus in the years to come, and I think there is really a potential to expand to several countries.
Thank you very much, Marie, and let's give her a hand. And it is so that, I mean, we're speaking about technology, but I guess we're not very good at at using it. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Marie would have to leave us to go next door to speak at another event. This is the fun part about being at COP. It is dynamic. You never really know what to expect. But now we have to expect a very good presentation from a good friend of UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, Christopher Kabar, who is from the Environmental Protection Agency in Liberia, also a good friend of the TNA. And I would like to give the floor to you to elaborate a bit on your experiences in Liberia, the national perspective of the technology transfer.
Hello? Is it okay now? Okay. It's okay? Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Christopher Kaba, and I work for the Environmental Protection Agency of Liberia. I led the TNA process for my country. I've been told to share my experience during the TNA process. The TNA is the Technology Needs Assessment, and the TNA has 3 stages. The identifications and prioritizations of technology as a first phase. And then the next is the barrier analysis, where you have to do barriers as well as market analysis of the technology that has been prioritized or identified. And right after there, you go to the last stage, which is the TAP, Technology Action Plan, is where you will be told to develop the real project idea of the technology, how to deploy the technology. So Liberia has been very successful in moving through the 3 stages. Currently, we are developing project ideas from the technologies that we identified. And from my experience in my country, the key definitions of the TNA process is a country-driven process. You cannot assess technology and leave certain group behind, meaning everyone has to be involved, collective efforts. So when we took charge of the assessment, we went across all of the sectors, all of the line ministries, agencies, looking at policymakers, looking at indigenous people, because we actually thought that indigenous people have a better idea how to, come up with new ideas, innovative ideas regarding technologies. And then when we did that, we also look at vulnerable sectors in our country to the impact of climate change. One of the sectors, for example, that was chosen is mitigation. Sectors, energy. We look at energy because we know that our country, we still challenge in terms of energy access. So that sector was also chosen. And then we have 15 countries in our country. Out of the 15 countries, we have 9 coastal cities, meaning 9 countries out of the 15. So we realized that, you know, there is a drastic impact of flooding and all of that from the oceans. And then we chose the coastal sector as well as one of the vulnerable sector. And then we realized that, you know, food is also a challenge, water and all of that were also a challenge. And then we also went and decided to look at the agriculture sector. So these are the three sectors that were chosen. So we have the energy from the mitigation sector, and then we have the agriculture in the coastal zone or coastal sector as one of the adaptation sector, and also agriculture. They got out, so I can use it. Okay. So agriculture was also chosen as one of the adaptation sector. And then when we started the revisions of the technologies, one of the key things that we also considered is all of the existing policies, documents surrounding climate mitigations and adaptations were also considered. And we even used the TNA to revise our NDC because it was quite easier for us to use the TNA to revise the NDC. What makes it easier is that we look at all of these sectors that we said that these are the most impactful sectors in terms of, you know, we feeling the pinch of climate change. And we said that, okay, we could use these sectors to be able to, you know, to revise our NDCs. That's one of the key things. And the involvement of all stakeholders were really relevant to the process, meaning we consulted them at every stage of our actions. There were instances wherein indigenous people recommended technologies to us, and we accepted those technologies. And today, you know, we are implementing those technologies, which is becoming more acceptable to our setting. If you've been to Liberia, we are so much enculturated, meaning there are certain technologies that might not be accepted by our people because they think that that technology is from the West, and if they implement that technology in the setting, they think that, you know, there is some sort of either chemical or something that comes with that technology. So you have to, you know, deal with the technology based on the region. Okay, in certain regions we said no, we're going to use this technology, okay, which is being recommended. So we didn't go about to enforce what we think is the best. We sat with them and we told them what is the best options, and then we recommended to them. They also came out with, you know, better options and recommended to us, and we worked together collectively during the TNA process. So we, at this moment, one of the key reasons why we are a success story is because we incorporated everyone's view. And if you are implementing the TNA, you are also implementing portions of our NDCs. If you are implementing our NAPs, you are also implementing the TNAs. You know, so it's quite easy for us to go for multilateral funds like the GCL funds. It's quite easy for us to go for Jeff funds. It's also quite easy to even liaise with CTCN and provide some technical support to Liberia. I will not want to be long. I will stop here and probably entertain questions, maybe if there's any, and then we can have a better conversations about this. Thank you.
Yes, and Liberia is really a success story when it comes to the TNA, and you've done really well in involving all stakeholders. We talk a lot about this, but it's not always not happening. I recall a story when you were out to do some stakeholder analysis and consultations on the coastal protection, where you wanted to build, not you personally, but wanted to build, you know, a coastal protection fence, I think it was, and the women that you engaged with said, no, we need access to the beach because we need to go down and have our business there, and there were some youth who also wanted to have access to the beach. So very much into the, I mean, localized context, and I think that was something amazing, and I think it's good to bring that into the discussions also, that, I mean, and highlight that it is important, and it will only bring value if you talk to the people that you're actually trying to assist. So if you can, I know that you're eager and time is running, but could you also maybe just say a few words on the barriers that you are facing right now, because we are in the project development phase, and there are some barriers to all success stories, and I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit here and at the final hour of this event.
Yes, just before I come to the barriers, this is a very important point that you stressed. We have gone to a city that is 25% of that city in terms of the land area has been undermined by the ocean. And then we thought that, okay, we received some funding from GCF to implement rock revertment, rock, to put the rock to address the impacts of the erosions. And then suddenly there were a group of indigenous people said that no, we cannot accept this. This is our way of life. If you put rocks here, we will not have access to the ocean to do our fishing activities, and you will disrupt most of our living livelihoods. So we said, what could be the best options, alternative mentions that we can use? And then they came up with a technology called coconut trees. I think you know about coconut trees. They wanted us to plant the coconut trees along the oceans. They said that would easily help to address the impacts of the erosions. And we tried that. 3 years ago, that has been a very huge success story. Now the coconut trees is used for feeding, in fact, because you pick the coconut, you eat the coconuts, and you could also use the shell of the coconuts to produce something like, chains, earrings, and other stuff, the shell of the coconuts. They could also use the coconut to produce, we started to use the coconut shell to produce briquettes that we use for energy efficient cook stove and all of that. So that has been very sustainable for us. Coming to the barriers. Of course, there were a lot of barriers. The barrier is getting people together to sit in a meeting, to have conversations regarding technology. And part of the barriers is even wherein a lot of people did not understand when you say technology. They define technology as cell phones, like microphones. They think that is the best definitions of technology. So it took our time giving that mandate to implement technologies. What they do is technical assistance. They do not provide you financial support to implement the technologies. And in fact, the technical assistance that is being provided by CTCN is just $250,000 United States dollars, which cannot even help to address even vulnerability assessments of how to deploy one technology. So that is actually a barrier for us as well in the country.
Thank you very much, Chris, and I think we are running out of time, but before we are that, I think we should give you a big hand. Thank you. Well, thank you for your attention, and I think we're ready for the next session. You have a question? Okay. Does someone have a question? You have to hold on.
Thank you. It was very interesting to hear about your partnership at local level. But how do you see the role of the foreign firms and investors in transferring technologies, in fostering the development of the new technologies? Right. How do you see the role of foreign companies and investors to foster the transfers of technology?
The involvement of investors, companies. Yeah. Well, honestly, I have received a lot of companies have approached me, which is good. We want to see concrete works, and for example, my country, we are always willing to partner with with private sectors, international corporations that will be able to assist us to deploy. So it's a good thing. Their involvement will be a great thing. I would like to encourage it, and I want for countries that are assessing that technology to get more involved into partnership with, with private sectors as well as international corporations and companies to address, to get some money to be able to have a concrete, deployment of the technologies.
And thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't see your question. Thank you for today, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your COP.
the
Today we will be discussing COP27. What is it all about? And one of the first things to know about a COP conference is that things can change quickly and at the last minute, as is the nature of the negotiations. So one of our speakers won't be joining us, unfortunately, but we are very happy to have Christopher Nelson, Deputy Head of Delegation for Sweden, with us. So Christopher, welcome up to the stage. Grab a seat.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
So every day at the Nordic Pavilion, from Thursday onwards, we'll be having a daily brief with a head of delegation. And that will give us a status update on how the negotiations are proceeding. But today we wanted to talk a bit about the setup of the negotiations and what we can expect. So Christopher is a very experienced negotiator and is going to tell us a bit about COP27 in general. But firstly, Christopher, could you tell us a bit about what your role is here at COP27 as the Deputy Head of Delegation to Sweden?
Yeah, thank you very much. And happy to be here, and sorry for being a little bit late. It's difficulty to find here. Yeah, as a Deputy Head of the Delegation, also a Deputy Chief Negotiator for Sweden, I'm basically coordinating the delegation and taking care of the delegation and trying to advise them in different negotiation items. And so that's basically the more general approach as being a deputy chief negotiator, but also trying to follow all the negotiation items and also especially ambition-related issues such as global stocktake.
Thanks, Christopher. A very complex role. I would like to take a step back and look at COP26.
Yeah.
If we want to understand COP27, we need to know what is our starting point. So what was the result of the meeting last year at Glasgow, and how has that set the agenda for where we begin today?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in general, I guess you can say that many partners and many parties experienced that COP26 was a little bit about a global north kind of negotiation, focus on mitigation. And many parties also see the COP27 to be more of a global south kind of negotiation, with more focus on adaptation and finance, and adaptation finance and loss and damage. So what we have from COP26 is actually quite ambitious result, actually, when it comes to phase down of fossil fuels and fossil subsidies, and that we have to increase all the parties' NDCs and long-term strategies in this year. So I guess that's the starting point, and of course we do have to focus a little bit more on adaptation. We have to do a little more on finance. So we do recognize that this is a implementation COP, right? So we have the whole transparency framework set in Glasgow. Now we have to focus merely on the implementation issues. So therefore, I mean, of course, issues like loss and damage and financing will be extremely important. What we have here at this COP is that we have a new agenda item for loss and damage. We have started discussions around finance, and of course we will experience a lot more of discussions around finance in the days to come. But we cannot forget about the very important issue of mitigation as well, because I mean it's a very, very important issue to discuss, and have to find a way of having a decision on a mitigation work program, which was set in COP26 to have a decision here at COP27 in a way to close the ambition gap up to 2030 to be in line with the science. So I mean that's mainly I think the starting point, and where we had to go from here.
Thank you, Christopher. And you've touched on a lot of the key negotiation topics already, which was my next question to you. What are the major negotiation topics? But I would like to explore a little bit more that we're having a focus on implementation at this COP. What does that mean exactly?
Yeah. Well, basically, we need to discuss how we can support countries that needs to have further help when it comes to capacity building, when it comes to additional finance, or how to implement policies, best practice and best experience from countries like Sweden or other Nordic countries that are advancing in this issue or in this field. So a lot of focus is around how to create a whole package of different kind of negotiation items to be like one package that makes sure that we are on a global level reaches 1.5 degree objective, or not reaches, but that we keep 1.5 degrees alive, and how to put that down on paper. I think it's going to be quite challenging during this COP, because there are different kind of expectations, of course. Where I mean, from many developed countries' point of view, we need to look how we can make financial flows, and how to shift financial flows in a more sustainable way, and how to make finance more effective and make it more fit for purpose, instead of creating new channels for funding, where we can look at different kind of channels that already exist. And so we have some discussions here that we need to handle when it comes to mostly finance, and finance will be influencing the whole loss and damage discussions, the climate finance, climate adaptation discussions as well. So yeah, I think we need to find some kind of a common language here, what we need to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're a very experienced negotiator, Christopher. How many years have you been part of the Swedish delegation?
This will be my 11th year as a negotiator. Yeah.
So you've seen the coming of the Paris Agreement and much, much more. Most of us focus on, I've heard most about the Paris Agreements, but I'd be curious to reflect, and this was a bonus question, unprepared, but during your time as a negotiator, what are some of the major achievements that you've seen? Of course, we know the Paris Agreement and the changes that have occurred during those last 11 years.
I mean, of course, the whole Paris Agreement, when we set the Paris Agreement, set a new kind of a way how we negotiate and what we need to do together in a different way. When we had in previous before pre-Paris, now we have an ambition, and we have a language that put us together on a global level towards the same kind of a goal. What we had before was a little bit more on the issue that a few would do a lot more than others, and I think that would be very sustainable in that way to achieve what we really want to achieve, to fight climate change. So and a lot of more focus now the last recent years on what we talk about implementation and capacity building, a little more on how to provide more means of implementation. I mean, finance, technology transfer, and everything. Was a little bit more focus on more technical issues before. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Christopher. Well, let's hope that we keep the momentum up, also at COP27, and we look forward to hearing from these daily briefs that we'll be having from Thursday onwards at 13:15 to 13:45 local time, so Scandinavian time 12:15 to 12:45, and we'll get to reflect a bit on how they are progressing. So thank you, Christopher. Good luck with the negotiations, and we look forward to hopefully a good result at the end of next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our audience, both online and here in the studio. We'll see you again shortly.
Hi, welcome to the Nordic Pavilion at the... It's a good start. Youth are supposed to be the loud persons at this event, so we start with that sound. We're at COP27 in the Nordic Pavilion. My name is Amanda Björksell, and I am one of the youth delegates to the Swedish delegation representing the youth of my country. And we are gathered here today to speak about ecocide, and to speak about ecocide in the context also of the climate negotiations. And we are gathered at COP27, which means that we have had these negotiations since before I was born, I think since before many of you also were born. We are still not limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. And during this 27 years or conferences, we have heard young people demanding climate justice. And we have had different demands throughout the years. We have had young people demonstrating, young people in the delegation, we have young people in the panels. But what we can see is common, or the two things that is the core, is that we want increased justice and decreased emissions. And this year, the year 2022, have been a very important year, or is an important year for the planet. We have now the COP27. We are approaching the COP15 on biodiversity. We had UNEA and negotiations for environment. And also in June this year, we had the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. So a very important year. And at this event, we want to link this together. What can we see? How can we follow up from the former negotiations and bring to the table today? And I'm here with a brilliant panel of young people from different continents. And I will shortly introduce you and give you the word. Then I will be quiet. But firstly, I want to take us back to our demands and looking at the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. The Stockholm conference took place exactly 50 years ago in Stockholm. And at that conference, the Swedish Prime Minister, Olof Palme, demanded an international law against large-scale environmental degradation. 50 years later, we gather in Stockholm. From my perspective, it hasn't happened too much. We still have no law on ecocide, but that was one of the big demands from the youth, from the global youth, and also something that the youth from the Nordic and the Baltic countries mentioned clearly in our position paper. During the conference in Stockholm, we also had meetings with the Nordic ministers, and we will get back to really trying to talk to them and force them to include this law or to advocate for the Ecocide Law. And we also got promises, so we're here to follow up on those promises as well. And this I will do with this panel of young experts. So with me I have Marcus, which is a Danish youth delegate. We also have Maximo from Argentina, who is the UNDP Youth Global Ambassador. We have Maya from Finland, who is a Finnish youth delegate. And we also have Gamid from Tanzania, from the Tanzanian Youth Biodiversity Network. And when my organization, the Swedish Council of Youth Organizations, have those kind of meetings, we try to have a not too formal touch. So we will open up the space for you to also ask questions, for you to ask each other questions, or feel that you are free to express yourself in a way you're comfortable with. And the audience here can also be free to raise your hands, and I will include your questions. And to kind of set the tone, I will ask you to present your view on the topic, on the Ecocide Law, and why we are here today as youth discussing this Ecocide Law. And we can start with you.
Sure. Thank you so much. So my perspective as a Tanzanian on the Ecocide Law is actually an important law. We should be taking on how the sectors are actually emerging, because the governance in our country is more similar to sectoral policies. If it's agriculture, if it's water, if it's climate, if it's environment, if it's Ministry of Energy. So the nexus between these ministries is actually creating a scenario which can actually be an independent ecocide law in every ministry, because we are having the polluters pay principle. Polluters pay principle is actually on the process, but I cannot say that it's actually implemented in such a way. I don't know your views on that, but polluters pay principle, it has been applied in my country, especially on the excess of industrial pollution, the way it affects our water resources management in my country. And just recently, one of our rivers, it's called River Mara, got issues and people were fined for that. So I can say it's a beginning phase of the Ecocide Law, but I won't necessarily say that all sectors are well connected to combining an ecosystem, a whole ecosystem approach of all sectors. So I guess Ecocide Law should not only remain in industries, but actually investigating in every ministry on what really ecocide according to that particular ecosystem of that ministry. Like for example, agriculture, we need to check who is the most polluting in terms of agriculture. Maybe the use of more artificial fertilizers is the factor about that, which is true. Adding more nitrogen and fertilizers to the water resources means you are putting more algae blooms and eutrophication at the end. And therefore, a meaningful ecocide to every sector will be very, very crucial. Yeah, a meaningful ecocide law in every sector will actually be meaningful, because we will understand that this ecocide law is for a specific sector. If it's agriculture, it's all about artificial fertilizers and ways that it can cause eutrophication or algae blooms. If it's energy, let's focus on those industrial production of those types of products or services. And therefore, maybe an ecocide law can now be combined from different sectors, creating a cross-sectoral law for the whole country. That's my perspective, and I hope to share more later on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Can pass on the mic.
Okay, I think I would love to pass the mic first to my colleague here on the left.
I go? Okay, can you hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, thank you, my colleague, thank you, Amanda. Okay.
Okay. Only you need it.
Hello. You can hear me? Okay, perfect. So, just an initial reflection. Like 10, 12 years ago, when we started, if we talked about ecocide, we said that word to the establishment in our region, we were looked like a little bit exaggerated, or like a little like crazy people, no? Talking about ecocide, what's that? So we never had like such an appropriate and precise word to define something. It's the killing of the home. And it's very interesting because we have a word for like homicide or genocide, and we understand it, and we need a lot of education still to understand what ecocides mean, to assimilate the information. We are talking not about killing a spider, we are talking about killing the spider web. We are talking about killing hundreds, thousands, and even millions of interconnections that happen in an ecosystem, and we need those interconnections to sustain life. So for me, that I'm doing this since 15 years ago, it's amazing how it evolved during time, and I think that we never been in a better place to discuss this topic globally, to put it on the agenda, to put it on the table. We're already doing this since several years ago between many organizations, because the world is ruled by laws. We already know that, and the laws can be changed, the rules can be changed. That happened during the history of the world, and it's time to make that huge transformation so we can transitate or walk the path to sustainability. So just to make an initial reflection about the word ecocide, that I don't know if we all know what we are talking about.
Thank
No, I can
No.
hear you.
Yes? No.
No, not so well.
Perfect. I'm so happy to hear about the history of the Ecocide, about that has been a part of it and been on this way for the last 20 years or more. Because I really, when I hear it and when I think about it, then I also can feel a momentum for it right now. I know and see that it has become so much more sustainable, and it has become grounded in the youth, and for a lot of youth, especially in the Nordic, when we were at the Stockholm Plus 50, it was something that we were fighting for. It was something that are coming, and I have no doubt in my mind that in the years apart, in front of us, Ecocide will be a law that will be applied in every country in the world. The question, I think, is which country will be the first, or which region. I saw earlier this week that Belgium was one of the first countries to apply this, and the first country in the EU to do it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see which countries are the next, and I think that we as youth should continue pressing for it, because yeah, this climate movement we have right now, it comes from the youth. It's youth who has brought it up. It's youth who are the founding fathers of the ideas of pushing it, and we have it from youth before us. It's been something, and it's not youth in age, but in youth in feeling and understanding the need for climate change and climate action right now. So yeah, when I hear it, I hear hope and I hear work. I hear that we have to do something, and I hear a hope for this to be a law in a couple of years. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So I think you can hear me, yes? I can hear myself at least. So hi everyone, once again I'm Maya, Youth Climate Delegate of Finland. And I heard the term of Ecocide first time around 1 year ago when I attended COP26 climate conference, and I met Jojo Mehta, the CEO of the International Ecocide movement and the law campaign. And also the advisor of the International Ecocide Law campaign, Mikko Pyhälä, is from Finland, and he's my friend, and he has taught me so much about the history and what's the background of Ecocide. So I'm very thankful for him, and I wish that he could have been here with us at this COP27. And yeah, after I heard about Ecocide, I started to work with the campaign in Finland. I trained myself, I learned more about the background, the history, and what we should definitely do, and how to achieve the goal, how to make it an international crime at ICC, the International Criminal Court. So then I found out that it's not an easy task. Like there should be a lot of support from the member states. There should be this consensus. We also heard from Bangladesh at the opening plenary about what is Ecocide. But as we know, and as some of us heard this morning from other Ecocide event at Youth and Children Pavilion, that there actually is very, very clear definition for it. I really recommend everyone to pay a visit to Ecocide Pavilion and learn more about it. So it must be, severe, clear mass destruction of nature or long-term, period. And we can define it, but we just need to have the consensus first. And there is this gap about how, and we need to fill it together. So it's very important today. Again, we are here talking about it together and, trying to find the consensus and share the information about it. So then at Stockholm Plus 50 last June, we were there with Amanda, Markus, and other Nordic and Baltic colleagues to talk with our ministers from different Nordic countries about Ecocide and how our countries could make the statement, have the real discussion first, and have the decision or what are our goals for it. Do we want to support it, which is our goal, and we try to push our countries to do it. So then our Environment Minister of Finland, former Minister Emma Kari, and the former Secretary General of Nordic Council of Ministers, Paul Lehtomäki, they promised us that the Nordic countries will have this serious conversation of ecocide. And now together we are here again to have the discussion. Okay, not with them this time, but we will push forward and we will make sure that hopefully the Nordic countries will be the next after Belgium to really rely for international ecocide law. Let's do it together. We need everyone on board. Thank you. I can't hear you.
You can't. Okay, we'll try again. No. I think this is a sign that technical solutions is not going to save everything. Well, we need other methods as well. Thank you for your very interesting and inspiring talks. You have quite different perspectives on the ecocide law and different histories with working on. Wondering, why do you think that the youth movement have chosen ecocide as a tool for our demands? Because there are many fights to choose from for the youth movement and within climate and biodiversity and environment. Why is the ecocide something that we have focused on? Because for me it's clear that this is something we've chosen to advocate for.
But I think, oh, okay, this one is working now. Perfect. Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm actually disagreeing because I don't think that ecocide is the only thing, and it is not the only thing that youth are up to, but it's because it rhymes and it has, can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Because it rhymes and it has the idea of the perspective of justice. Because in the ecocide law, there's this idea of justice. And I think, and when I hear youth talk about it, then justice is something that sets the heart on fire. It's something that gives us a drive to do something, because it's not fair and it's not just. And when it's not just, then I see that more youth are actually involved in it. When something are unjustified, then there is often youth who are saying it, and that's why I think they are so intense and so focused on ecocide, because the ecocide are making sure and making the point of injustice clear, and I think that's one of the reasons why youth are dealing and handling with this ecocide law.
Thank you.
Yeah. From my humble perspective, I believe that ecocide is at the heart of every sustainable goal demand. It's one of the highest aims that we can have in the legal system, ecocide. So, if we want to really transform our socioeconomic system towards the objective of having healthy ecosystems and human well-being, like always, as a constant, as a pillar of our way of life, we need to establish some ground rules, like, hey, you cannot destroy massively ecosystems, because these are the consequences, not just to us, not just as human beings, because everything we are seeing it all the time as with this egoism, but also because of the other species. Because 1 million species are threat to disappear of the face of the earth. Do we really understand what we are talking about when we say that? What that means? Millions of years of evolution, and in a couple of years, thousands only, we come and we destroy them. Also, we have a very huge problem, what we detected as new generations, is that where is the justice in the law system? We have laws, but the laws are being implemented. We can go to third world countries as Argentina, if you want. Not even one environmental law is being implemented. So one can say, hey, if we have an ecocide law, will it be implemented? It's not only about the implementation. It's about what it means. It's a symbol and also an implementation. To put a new moral standard of how do we need to relate with ourselves and with the environment. We have a lot of laws, administrative laws, but we need one international about environment that we can all be like, okay, this from here we start, and then locally see how we can implement, because it's not the same an industrialized country. Sorry, I speak Spanish all day, not English.
No worries.
Industrialized country is not the same as if you go to Uruguay, that they have cows only. It's totally different how you're going to treat ecocide. But their whole economy depends on that, the whole society. So we can implement in 1 year an ecocide law, in 5 years, in 10. This gives us, this is for me the first big step for a huge transition that we are already doing, but this could be like the context. So we are going to fight for this as new generations.
Perfect. Sure. I hope you can hear me. So, from my perspective, since I believe that the frameworks of the United Nations are actually non-binding agreements. Am I here? Yeah. So what I believe is that the UN framework is a non-binding agreement, and therefore an international convention will have a less power to affect the local implementation. So what do I mean? What do I mean is in three perspectives. It's science, policy, and practice. We youth have the power and the skills to train our fellow youngsters on how, first of all, to understand the science. Because we understand that, like, for example, this network here is full of young scientists, either in social sciences or physical sciences. Then there is a need for us to know which sector are you? Are you in the food sector? Are you in the water sector? Are you in the marine sector? Are you in the genetic or biotechnology sector? Then from there, from the science, the same youth need to go to another round of understanding the policies in their local areas and their countries. What do I mean? It means by understanding the food regulations, or for the biotechnologists, they should understand what are the genetic resources regulations in their countries. Then, from there, how can they affect the country policies? Correct? What do I mean by saying this? We're just trying to find a gap where youth can actually say something about the law of the country by using their scientific experience and affecting the policies, because they understand the science. We all understand the effect of nitrogen and what it has to the water, because you are a water scientist, right? So it's easier for you to defend your point to the lawyers and be able to also show an opportunity to the to the laws and regulation sector, that this is actually a space where even the government can do something about it, because for the governments, they want a win-win situation. It's not just creating a law, but actually you can tell them what are the cost and benefit analysis if this species gets gone. You're a species expert, you understand more. And therefore, from understanding the science and studying it, then it means policy. Then the other nexus, or the last one, is actually practice. Now, since you're already understanding what's the science and what sector are you in, and what are the sector governing your skills and where you're practicing your skills, if it's water, if it's food, then it's easier for you to get into practice and actually affecting the government laws and regulations, because you understand what you mean and you also know the cost and benefit analysis which your particular government will be affected on. And I guess that's my perspective on the best way to be part of the regulation and laws process to support Ecocide. It cannot be easily termed at Ecocide, but you can find other ways to actually lobby with the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my colleagues, for sharing your thoughts. I want to give the space, especially for you, to be heard more. So I think it's a short answer from one perspective. That's why, because we live in a world where mainly the hard values are the values that we care the most. So, for example, economy has always, not always, but mainly been the most important during the too many years past, and social or environmental aspects have been, the ones that have been put aside, and economy has always been the strongest, the hardest value we care the most. And when you're talking about, oh, should we save Amazon area, or should we get rid of because we need money, we need areas for livestock to get money. It's the easy answer. You choose the option you get money from. So we need to change our system, and laws are the way we can really have the impact on and change the system. Maybe not the fastest way, but it's very clear path we can take. And it's sure that we need more regulation, because some people are, relying on the markets, that yes, market will change the system. We can go and have this green transition, but with these volunteer tools, they should already have done the transition. They should already have, how to say, resolve this whole problem. So that's why we need Ecocide as an international law. Yes.
Thank you. And you have highlighted, for example, that we are at this COP. It's all voluntary. It's very difficult with actually finding responsibility to do something. But when we look at this law, that would be an international law against ecocide, which means that all countries have to actually adjust to this law. But we come from countries with very different contexts. We have different environmental challenges. So what do you envision when you see the Ecocide Law, and for your own context or your own country, why is it important for your country for this to be implemented? Could you see any direct changes or system change by implementing the Ecocide Law in your country?
Yeah, I can start. I think a very interesting question about what is the need for example, Denmark, where I'm from, for them to implement the Ecocide Law. A boring answer will be that it has to go through EU, and the EU has to make a law on that. But to have a little more, another thing where we as youth can be a little bit more involved, it is that we are here sitting 5 youth who are only agreeing that this is a great idea. But we need to have this conversation with someone who are not here. We need to have them with the ministers. We need to have them with the head of government. We need to have it with the NGOs who has the manpower to help us put the pressure on the government to make the Ecocide Law a reality. So one thing is that we should go out to the NGOs in our country who are working with this. We have to go out and we have to make our voices heard. And then we should have the knowledge to see what other countries are doing and find inspiration, because this law isn't a national. We need to do it international. So we have to find best practicing from all our countries. We need to find the best practice for different types, and we need to share our knowledge on this, because I think that's the fastest and the bestest way to make this go as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we are advocating for laws that are like building the base for the Ecocide Law since many years ago. For example, in our country, we cannot talk about ecocide if they don't understand climate change, biodiversity, ecological the benefits of the ecosystems, etc. So, for example, we sanctioned a law in Argentina that is called the Environmental Education Law for public workers that includes from president to every level of the state. That is very important because without education, how are you going to reach a discussion of this level? Talking about an ecocide law, international or at national level, it's about changing the constitution of our country. This changes everything, literally, how we relate with each other. For example, we were trying to approve a law that has a lot of similarities with what we are trying to accomplish here. That is the environmental assessment law, to try to measure the impact of our activities. So imagine in a third world country, I will go to Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Peru, or Africa, okay, and say, hey, stop construction. That is probably 20% of direct and indirect jobs, because we need to do an environmental assessment of this, interdisciplinary, just to measure the impact of the activity. Maybe we will take 6 months, 1 year, what is going to happen with the economy as we have it right now. That's why what we are trying to accomplish here needs education. A huge factor of education. That I'm not hearing a lot about education. Last COP, I heard for the first time a big coalition of education. I think the first step, we always knew it was the first step. If we don't understand how we're going to change this system. But I will pass the word, because if not, I continue.
You want to continue?
Yeah, please go for it.
Okay, so what is my vision for ecocide law, or what is important for my country? Yeah, so I think the definition we already have, so I think it's very good one. So we should focus more on how to find the consensus to finally get to this conversations to really proceed on to get it implemented in near future. And that's my vision, to have this fast process on it, and to have this, real aim from different people from different parts of the world to really share the consensus and really to be, dedicated to work with ecocide law, and after it's implemented to, consultate ICCs or, work with it and try to prevent from more mass destruction to nature or our ecosystems. Because as we know that ecocide is a root cause of climate change or biodiversity loss, it is really important that we really work with it to get it implemented. And in Finland, I think we already have a pretty good base for our laws system, so we kind of don't have these kind of problems of mass destruction of nature. We can talk about forests, so we are using our forests too much for our economic pursuit. So there are no natural forests anymore that much, only like 3% of something like that. So, but it can be defined as a ecocide. It's not that bad. But I think that as we know that the pipelines in the Baltic Sea was exploded when we talk about the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the attack war. So I think that could be like a near example to Finland. What could be ecocide? If it's happening in the economic areas of Sweden or Denmark, I think even though if we could find the person or the body who created this destruction, and that body doesn't agree with international ecocide law, I think that, as I know and as I understood, that it doesn't need to be, agreed from the both sides. If Sweden or Denmark has agreed on international ecocide law, they could use the tool. So maybe the Baltic Sea is one very near to Finland, for example, or Arctic, or yeah, the forests in very, very large scale could be some examples. We could need this law also in Finland.
So my perspective is actually just adding more value to them because they have said it all. Sorry. So I was. I'm audible now?
I can't hear you.
You can take this. Okay. Yeah. So my perspective was actually more on the training part because we have so many young scientists who are able to understand what biodiversity is, what are the social impacts, to different projects in terms of the biodiversity protection, how are the people affected. Now, what I'm thinking, from my example, in the Tanzania Youth Biodiversity Network has like more than 500 volunteers. But then, what do they know about the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework? What do they know about the IPBS, the Platform for Scientists and Biodiversity? What do they know about the IPCC? Because I still stand on the point of the young scientists who are actually graduates of important courses, environmental studies, even other than master's program, PhD programs. But what are they really contributing to the policy, to the policy system that their countries are having? Because I believe for a system to change, it takes time. And it's just like climate change. It has to be measured more than a decade. But the youngsters have to understand what really is the existing system. Because sometimes you might find another group actually discussing about policies, not knowing that their government is actually writing that down and has written down like 10 years ago. But maybe understanding the existing policy could be a greater factor for them to understand where can they input additional comments into the policies, and also understanding the best ways that the systems are working. I mentioned about the cross-sectoral policies, like ministries sometimes collide together. The Ministry of Energy depends on the Ministry of Water for hydropower. The Ministry of Agriculture depends on the Ministry of Water. Now, understanding the system on how it works will always be the best way to know what value are you adding to the existing system, if it's law, if it's regulation, and if possible the policies. But also, we need to go with the rhythm on how things are changing. We need to know, we need to be updated because we might be discussing now about the post-2020 or maybe the climate pact which will be launched under this COP. But then we need to understand what are actually the outputs and what can we add value to the outputs and say something to our national focal points, the climate focal points or the biodiversity focal points. So my idea was more of understanding the existing system and building more capacities to create, if possible, young negotiators or young scientists to understand the policies and put it into practice. Yes.
Thank you. And now we have already started to touch upon how we can actually implement this and what difference it would make and in which sectors we actually have to advance. But looking back at what happened during the Stockholm Plus 50 conference, we had a discussion with our ministers, with the ministers of the Nordic countries, which with the pavilion we are in. We also invited them to come here, but yeah, they are not here, apparently, as you can see. And we were promised that they would continue this discussion, that they would raise the question of ecocide on a Nordic level. So I just want to ask my Nordic colleagues here, have you heard anything about that continuation?
Have you?
I think we can do it short and just say no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
Yeah, there was a short answer on the process ahead. And this is also why we are here talking about the Ecocide Law. We have to continue pushing for this and pushing for this at COP27. And for this, we all have a responsibility, right? Before closing, I wish to open up for the audience here. Is there something you wish to ask or some perspectives you want to add to the conversation?
Still not.
¿Sabes hacer una buena foto?
Yeah.
Vale, ahí.
I think we'll have to get back to your question. We can see. Yeah, now you get the new microphone.
Hello, hello. Wonderful. Thank you very much for a really good panel and some powerful statements and powerful ideas. As the Icelandic Youth Delegate on climate change and environment, we haven't really sort of begun the process of pushing our government to implement the Ecocide Law. Some of our parliamentarians, however, have put the Ecocide Law on the agenda. So I was wondering if you have any sort of suggestions for me and my team in Iceland, as well as other youth delegates or other people in civil society, for how to start pressuring our politicians and policymakers to actually implement the Ecocide Law in our countries.
Yeah, I can start. Great question. Yeah, what we can do to make them start doing it. One thing is that unfortunately we need to have an ecocide law, but I wish that we didn't, because the ecocide law is because we have misunderstood our connection to the nature. It's because we have perverted ourselves, so we no longer are in contact with the nature. And I think that's one of the things that we need to change, because the change not has to be a law. It has to be a total existential turnaround in our understanding of ourselves and the nature, because we need to see this as a norm. We need to see this as a change on the way we think on ourselves and we think on nature. So this has to be more and has to be bigger. We have to lift it up from just a law to something existential. We have to take it into ourselves, because this actually affects our everyday life. This has to, and it must affect the way we see ourselves and we see and produce, and just the whole way we are in nature. Because if everyone was thinking in a new way, or thinking that nature and human has to be combined, then we didn't have to have this. Then we weren't sitting here. Then we were sitting talking about something else. Maybe not this COP at all. Yeah.
If I can continue, I would love to recommend you to build a network. So find people around you to work together with them from different, backgrounds, like environmental-oriented lawyers, activists, politicians. Anyone on board you could get from your area or region, or even, international, network, to get some help from the Ecocide campaign, for example, or Nordic collaboration and stuff like that. Because, for example, when I was interviewed in one environment magazine in Finland, then I got contacted from a Finnish environment-oriented lawyer, and she told me that she wants to collaborate with me and try to enhance the process in Finland. So I really recommend to contact especially lawyers, because they know the law basement of this issue and this aim. So. And then together to find the people who really have the impact on this matter in Iceland. For example, I heard that there is going to be a meeting of ICC in December, so you could find out what is the Icelandic delegation, who are the members of the Icelandic delegation to this ICC conference in December, because I think they are going to discuss hopefully also about this proposal of Ecocide Law.
I would add that we have a couple of white elephants on the room when we talk about this. To start with, probably almost all of us, we have ecocide every day in ourselves. These shoes, my cell phone, I can start pointing and pointing and pointing. We have ecocide everywhere. Another thing is that, well, knowing this, we need to work, yes or yes, in an intersectional way in our countries. I will recommend, because we achieved many laws, environmental laws in Argentina, for example, and our way was to sit with every sector. We sit with every sector. That doesn't mean that you are with them or whatever, but every sector means every sector. Unions, private sector, religious organizations. Even in our country, for example, church is very powerful. So I sit with church, but I also sit with the other religions. We sit with civil society, we sit with politicians, every party. We don't care. We sit and we adapt the message. That it's so important to understand what they want, how much time do they have to do something like this, what would they say, or the lobby that they will do in the different places. So detecting that for us always was very important, and the first step to accomplish many things. Then you have many ways of doing it, and we need all the ways. We need the physical activism, the digital activism, like in the streets, everywhere, and also always peacefully. Also the digital, use the digital. The youth, we have the power of the digital. We don't even have to pay. We do a video, we have 1 million views. The other generations are used to pay for publicity. We grab 50 of us and we have more publicity organically than all the others that have the power. So after that, that is activism, proposals, actual proposals. If not, you are a youth that is crazy. They will not listen. We will not get forward. We need to think actual proposals that are based on science, that are realistic, that are possible. Even the Stop Ecocide movement says, hey, if we do this, it's not going to be for tomorrow. We will need an adaptation date, like 7 years maybe, depending the country. So we need to understand that also when we speak, because if not, it's like we need now. Everything's going to change now. It's not possible. And we're going to not use this. I have people that goes against minority, many organizations in Argentina. Okay, let's leave this. We don't want minority in Argentina, but from where is going to come all the metals that are here? Should we have a plan? Should we have an answer already? We're 8 billion people. So that's the elephant in the room that we have to put as youth and ask ourselves internally all the time, like, hey, do you have an answer for this? Or we are expecting them to have the answer? Okay, let's look the answer. We don't have to have the answers for everything also. We just need to know where we want to go. And also, well, we have other elephants on the room, but I would like to bring them if we're going to talk about the Ecocide Law. Go Ecocide Law!
Thank you for that very inspirational speech. And I think what is obvious here that we talk about an ecocide law, so we talk about the legislative method and a tool for actually addressing another perspective of nature. And I really like what you highlighted, Marcus, also, that maybe it's our language and our relation to nature that has to be addressed. And we're in this climate negotiations, we're talking about finance, numbers, we talk about emissions in numbers, but we actually talk about nature. And then for me personally, we need another language to address that. And ecocide and what you have been talking about now, how we can include ecocide in different sectors, the role of young scientists, the need for a transformational and radical system change, then ecocide is a big and important part of that, which we have to continue to push for. And unfortunately, we have to move on soon to the next part of the COP27. But before allowing you to exit the stage here, I just want to ask a word from you, what you wish for during the coming weeks, what you hope for during the COP27. Do you think that we can continue this discussion here, or what is the next step for this discussion?
Yeah, expectations are, of course, based on science. So my expectations are actually from the IPCC, what is written, should be actually implemented individually in countries. The principle of common but differentiated principle should also be applied. The countries need to be backed by science, because the nexus between science, policy and practice is very important. It's just, it shouldn't be just a word of mouth, but actually the nexus is important. Recently the IPBS launched a species report. I also recommend you for that. The species report speaks about how many species are actually extinct worldwide. And the species report is actually science from the IPBS. And the same goes to the emissions which the IPCC report out. So we really need to say our points or implementations and the governments from those reports, and also apply realities of our local context. But of course the support is needed. Cooperation between nations is needed, because we need to understand also the climate and biodiversity financing mechanisms to see the best ways on how to implement this. So that's my take. Thank you so much.
Yes, I try to walk through the conference area for the rest of the conference with the sign Stop Ecocide Now, and every person I meet to raise this raised awareness on this issue and on this campaign with everyone I meet. And I know it's not on the agenda of COP27, but I think we can still try to make it on the agenda with every meetings we have or the people we meet. So that could be important, and also do the work back at home in our countries to find these tools and to find the ways how we can impact there and make our nations, our countries to have the statements to support Ecocide Law. And what else? What needs to be done next? Yeah, I think it's still about raising awareness. It's very great that Ecocide, Stop Ecocide campaign, they have their first pavilion here at COP. It's something, it's a new thing. So also, I think that in December, if there really is this ICC meeting, it's a very important one. Maybe we should gather again during the COP and think what is our strategy for that? How can we push our countries, our member states of ICC to take this Ecocide Law on agenda there?
So officially, with some colleagues and organizations, we expect that we can advance in the adaptation and loss of damage agenda, but non-officially, because COPs are not the only thing what is going on in negotiation rooms. For me, my humble opinion, is this. Is getting to know people, networking. Let's see what happens between COPs also. We are growing in numbers, in daily basis, exponentially. Before, there were the environmentalists. Now our lawyers, economists, accountants, whatever, engineers, we are all in this right now. We got it, we put it on the agenda. Now we are trying to figure out how to do this in the right way and in the better way, with the emergencies we have, with the urgencies we have, but also considering a just and inclusive transition, no? So, unofficially, like not in the agenda, I expect about the Ecocide Law that we keep talking about the concept, so we can understand what that means. And if we put it out there, next year we will be more, and next year more, and not even Belgium will have this amazing news. Belgium is the first country in the European Union. This was this week, but we know one starts and it starts replying. So we will start building this legally, internationally context of ecocide as one of the big in the Statute of Rome bullets.
Yeah, I totally agree with what has been said, what we hope for the COP. But another thing, I hope that the negotiators will see more than just numbers, that they will see humans, that they actually are affecting on what they are saying and what they are negotiating on. I hope that they will think about this climate as something that are more existential than just laws and something. Yeah, I hope that this will be something that we'll take on us, and not something that we'll just write on a piece of paper. Yeah, I think, yeah, I hope for that.
Great.
Then I want to thank you for taking this time. Thank you to my amazing panel. Thank you to the audience and the ones watching from home. And let's continue this discussion. Let's continue the fight. And yeah, we have to make sure we have an Ecocide law. So we have a huge work ahead, but we're in this together. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go Ecocide Law.
Let's do it together.
Yeah, I want one.
joining us at the Nordic Pavilion for our opening ceremony. Shortly, I will invite our panelists up to the stage. But first, a bit about our event. We're going to ask a few youth members from different countries, both within and beyond the Nordic, to talk about their hopes and expectations for the negotiations here at COP27. On the last day, on Thursday the 17th, we're also going to invite the panel back and some additional guests to reflect back on these hopes and on how the negotiations have gone. So please make sure you join us for our second event also on Thursday, the last day here at our pavilion. But please, I'd like to now welcome to the stage Elise Sigdendal, who is a climate activist and member of the Danish Youth Climate Council. Elise, please take a seat. Olamide Idowu, who is a part of the Climate Youth Negotiator Program and co-founder of International Climate Change Development Initiative. Please take a seat. And Mathilde Angel-Tveit, who is the Norwegian Youth Delegate to the UNFCCC. Olamide, you can sit here if you like, and Mathilde. Great. So, thank you very much for joining us here. I'd like to start by just doing a first round through our panel where you can talk a bit about your role, but also how this fits into the bigger picture of youth influence at COP27. We'll start on this end, so Mathilde, maybe we'll send this one down here. Okay, let's stick with what works. We'll use this microphone. Elise, you can get us started.
All right, so I'm here as a member of the Danish Youth Climate Council. I don't know if everyone knows what that is, but the Youth Climate Council is this independent council of young people put down by the Danish Climate Ministry. We make recommendations for the Climate Minister, and we have a meeting with him twice a year. So I sit there on behalf of the Green Youth Movement, and that's why you also introduced me as climate activist, because I'm an activist in that movement, which I'm representing in the Youth Climate Council, and here at COP, I represent the Youth Climate Council. So I try to represent the Danish youth while I'm here, while being here, I participate in events like this where I try to speak up about the urgent need for action that we do have. Then I go around and just absorb knowledge about the main arguments, the negotiations, voices from the global south, which I don't hear in my everyday life, and I think that's so important to listen to. And then other young people like me, like what are their main focuses in their national context. I think that's very useful for me in my everyday work as activist in Denmark. And then the last thing I see my role as here at COP, it is to report back to the Danish media from like a youth perspective, and also through social media forward all the messages, all the knowledge that I'm learning here. So also this like knowledge sharing thing with other young people in Denmark who don't know what's going on here at COP. So I try to make it easy for them to understand.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is My name is Olumide Idowu. So I'm privileged to be part of the Climate Change Negotiators program, which is the first edition that started. One of the biggest things that we actually want to do is how can we also shadow our negotiators? How can we make sure that they are saying the right thing concerning what we want to see back home? And also to empower us and to help us to take over when it is time for us to negotiate for what we want to see back home. So for me, one of my take-home point is it has actually empowered me to create network of contacts, to meet diverse set of people that talks about issue on environment and development issues. And my role in COP as a junior negotiator from my country is to actually see how I can influence some track of conversation, climate finance, adaptation, and even majorly loss and damage. And I think if young people continue to do this, then the issue of giving us the table will be limited in this conversation. And I will end by saying that anything for us without us is not meant for us. So that's why we have to be part of the negotiation table. Thank you so much.
So my name is Mathilde, as you said, and I'm the youth delegate from Norway. So that means I'm kind of trying to bridge between civil society and especially youth and the delegation. So as Espen said in his introduction, I'm part of the Norwegian delegation. I have a pink badge and everything, and I'm also included in the internal communications. So that is really useful. I also live the same place as the delegation, which has a lot to say, because then you get the small talk. So my role is trying to be the voice of young people in the delegation. I represent almost 500,000 Norwegian youth through the Norwegian Youth Council, but also to kind of explain sometimes what the delegation means to civil society. So I think both civil society and the delegation can benefit from this, and I also help with facilitate communication. Yeah.
Thank you to all of our panelists. I hope that you can still hear us. There are some very loud events nearby. Please just let us know if you need us to speak a bit louder. Yes, definitely a lot to absorb here, Elise. I feel very much the same. There's very much going on, and we can hear some of that even in the background right now. I wanted to ask you, you've talked a bit about different roles of youth, and of course there are many more roles and many more youths participating here. But I asked you, the panel, what are your specific hopes for youth inclusion in the UNFCCC process taking place here at COP27? We'll do another round, and we'll start with you first, Matilda.
Yeah, so I think first we have to understand what inclusion means. I think it means to take the time to listen to young people, but it also means to actually do something about what the young people tell you. So it also means action. You can't just sit there and then you've heard it and then you go along and do what you would have done anyways, right? That's not youth inclusion in my opinion. For me as a youth delegate, I'm able to follow the negotiations very closely. And I think that's one form of youth inclusion, to actually have the voice of youth in the meeting rooms where it happens, both in the meeting rooms which are open, but also in the meeting rooms which are only for parties and are closed. Then of course you have to build the trust, right? But I think that is definitely possible. So expectations for youth inclusion at COP. I think we've come some way on youth inclusion, and I think especially in the Nordic countries we have systems where our governments communicate with us. We have the possibility to give inputs. So I think we have to work to improve this. There's always something to improve, but I think one of the most important things we can do is to champion this internationally. So I hope that by having this panel and by talking to people and by talking to other countries, we can inspire more people to trust youth in actually being a constructive partner. And then I also think what we need more to shed more light on is the inclusion of children as well. Because we talk a lot about youth, but we don't talk that much about children. And of course the systems around children inclusion has to be different. But I think their representation here at COP also matters. Yeah, we have some children representatives from Norway who will come next week, the last week. And I think that's also, we have to start a discussion on how we can facilitate children in this international space as well. So that was many points from me. I hope it answered the question, and I look forward to hearing what you think.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will continue from where you stop. For me, I see inclusion as implementation, because when you include me in a conversation, and I don't end to see what is the end of the conversation, meaning that the inclusion doesn't really make a lot of sense. So for me, I think youth inclusion starts from, we have Children and Youth Pavilion in this conference for the first time. I think is a plus to every young person sitting down here. For us to push to have a children and youth pavilion is is an interesting thing to everybody. But secondly, when you look at the world, we always tell ourselves we need the table. They have been giving us this table for years. But the inclusion part of it is how do we also be part of the implementation strategy? So as young people, we don't want to only talk and use social media now. We want to be part of those decisions that makes a country to grow, that develops the economy of a country, that helps country to see a direction that is solving adaptation problem, that is solving a loss and damage problem. So youth inclusion should be encompassing in the sense that we are not only talking, but we are also part of those decisions that take the country or the nation forward. And my last conversation statement here is, it's so interesting that when you go around, a lot of young people are working, gisting, talking about how one pavilion is looking interesting. But the bottom line is, how are we influencing those conversations that is happening in our own pavilion? Because for my own pavilion from Nigeria, I want to see a conversation whereby my country is talking about issues they want to see people hearing, so that people will actually understand what is really going on ground and what they are talking about face to face. For instance, when you hear a crisis in a country, nobody knows how the crisis is going on. But some set of people are negotiating to get funding for that crisis, but they don't know the impact of those crises on ground. So for young people, I think this is high time for us to use this opportunity to also talk about those climate crises that is happening in our country, to also help our government to look at those financial mechanisms that can help us to solve problems. So for me, inclusion means implementation for me, so that we don't go back next year and still be talking about the same thing we are talking about now and nothing happens. Thank you very much.
All right, yes. So for me, I think I still do have some hope for the youth inclusion, but I think my perspective is maybe a bit more negative, because I see so many young people in here, and it's you know, it's possible to get a badge, but I was at COP26, for instance, as, you know, NGO observer, so the civil society, and I also know, like, but it's just very narrow section of the young people that actually gets to talk with the delegations. 2 youth delegates who are supposed to represent the broad youth, and I know that you're doing all you can, and I think you're doing a very, very good job, but that's not to represent all youth. We should have so many more around the table, because that's the thing you said. It's not enough being around the table, but so many people aren't even at the table. We don't have a seat at the table. I was at COP26 last year, and I was like, I have no one, you know, I can't influence anything anywhere. I felt so useless. And when you are at the table, I do that in my position as member of the Youth Climate Council in Denmark. I have meetings with our former, maybe not former, climate minister, Dan Johansen, and sometimes it just feels weird. You're sitting there, and he's like, yeah, good ideas, and then you don't hear from him the next half year, and you don't know if he's going to listen to anything you said. And I think that's so problematic, that we should in some way find mechanisms that can, like, assess if the demands from the youth coincide with the politics being made. In some way we should, like, see, compare, like, is that even what the youth wanted? They had a lot of meetings, but are they listening? So I think, because I don't think there is enough youth inclusion at all. It's a very narrow section of the youth that gets to talk with the people in power. And I just think when you look at, like, how many industries, like fossil fuels companies that are here, they have so much power. They are in the rooms where it happens. And then we come here and we don't even get, I don't get paid for this. It was very hard for me to get here. I had to fight for my badge. I had to fund it myself. I had to find funding. I had to find accommodation. I had to plan the travel, you know, and that also shows I'm a very, like, resourceful young person. It's only, like, very resourceful young persons who can come here. So COP should be having a much broader like youth inclusion, like not only the very resourceful ones like I am, but also the ones who are the most vulnerable also when the climate crisis hit. So yeah, I think that's my perspective. But I still do have some hope, because when I meet all these young people, I really feel engagement, and I also, when I talk to the people in power, it's not that they don't want it. I just think the system is made in a very weird way, so our voices are not heard. But I think the will is actually there, but we just have to change some things. Yeah.
Thank you for all of your very diverse and interesting perspectives. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of aspects to this question. I'd like to now turn to the thematic side and the negotiations themselves and ask our panel what hopes you have specifically for the outcome of the conference. We'll go in this direction.
Yeah, so I really, really hope to see true action. So not just a lot of promises, but actually, I really hope for more ambitious targets, but also the action to deliver on these targets, because I don't know, I don't believe just because you set a target that doesn't mean you're there. Yeah, so that is very important. And then I hope to see an acknowledgement that the agreements we are making now will impact the groups that have the least power right now. So the young people and the people in the global south, we're the ones most impacted by these decisions. And right now, these decisions are controlled by the people who are not that impacted mostly. So I really hope to see that the global north acknowledge that they are the ones with the money and the resources and the great historical responsibility. So it cannot happen without their will to do it. And for that, we need a much larger global solidarity. And I think that's actually a very key thing that we don't talk enough about, like this global solidarity. Like, we're all in this crisis, we all habitat Earth, and some countries have the resources to finance this transition and some don't, and we will never get through it if the ones who also has the responsibility to do it but also have the money, if they don't take greater responsibility, we will never see true action. So I really hope to see that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I just want us to take a second to think about. We come here every November or December to negotiate, but there's one thing I want us to understand, and this is an experience I've gotten from a training I started last week. You know, it's very important that developing countries, we understand the kind of language and negotiation skills we use, because we will continue to come back every year to keep negotiating on particular issue. So for me, the kind of negotiation I'm looking at, or I want to take back home, is negotiation that actually influence the policy in your country. Because when you go back home after this conference, your policy can change the conversation you've had as a negotiation. And it always sounds as if when we are negotiating, it's only money we ask for. How can we start looking at something that can turn to resources, investment for young people, for vulnerable people? Because it looks like we do it every year by talking about we are negotiating on adaptation, on loss and damage, on NAPs and everything. But the key thing here is, how do we translate those negotiations into implementation back home? Because when I get home, for instance, let me just give you an example. I'll be having an election by February next year. If the negotiation we are doing here today cannot influence the conversation for the next coming political party or president, then nothing's really going to happen. Meaning that I'm coming back in November to still negotiate again for the same conversation. So I think it's very important that developing countries, my country, to start looking at the kind of negotiation we are going for, the kind of languages, and what we're actually negotiating for should be something that will drive investment in our country and will help us to, dive into our natural resources that has been given to a country like my country, Nigeria, and I know everybody know about my country, as number 8, producing oil in the world. And we are still negotiating on moving from fossil fuel to renewable energy. And we are still talking about gas, gas, gas. So what do you think I should negotiate for is how this thing can actually turn to investment for people in my country, so that we'll be able to understand that we are not just speaking grammar, but using simple languages that can turn to opportunities for young people. So I think that's the kind of conversation we need to have, rather than going to the table and speaking big languages, big grammars. So for me, I think our negotiation should be towards implementation, because that is what we need now. We don't want to stay have conversation of decision, decision, decision. We do that. This is the 27th COP. In the next 10 years, all of us here, we are not going to be talking about young people again. I will be looking at another young people. So we need to start talking about what is the strategy to negotiate for implementation. Thank you very much.
So the question is, what do I hope? But I want to start with what I fear. What I fear the most is that people, a little bit like you started with, that people, activists, and especially young people will go home feeling hopeless and feeling like they didn't have a say, feeling that they weren't listened to. That is my fear. And I think all of we here have a responsibility to ensure that that doesn't happen. And I think that responsibility starts nationally. It starts at home. It starts with consultations, both from the government side, but also from us who are representing youth. I made a big effort at home before I came here the last year, to talk with all youth that I could find, all youth organizations, all youth parties that I could contact and who wanted to talk to me, to try to represent their views when I'm here. So I think all of us have a responsibility to take this youth inclusion also at home, because that's where we can follow up if the action is actually happening, and also to talk with governments before their positions are completely set and written and printed out, So I think we have a responsibility for that. And then for what are the hopes of young people? That's very difficult to answer, especially for me, because, as I said, I've talked to so many different young people at home, and people have different expectations and different opinions. And that's also why these kind of debates are important, because they make clear how young people also have different thoughts. You can't have one young people in the room and then youth are necessarily represented. So it's important to have a democratic process where you have elected youth who represent positions that more youth are behind. But I think the value, there's still a big value of young people being here, and enough young people being here. Not only you have to have democratically elected representatives, but you also have to have different segments of society of youth. And I think what's special about youth compared to older persons, very generally speaking, is that young people often have a more sense of urgency, much clearer sense of urgency, much clearer sense of what is right and wrong. And maybe their visions are a little bit less blurred by what is politically feasible, or what do other countries think, or what is possible, what have we done before. And I think that clarity can be very valuable and very important. So that I think that's also a main message in this, that young people have to be here not only because we are young and we will inherit the earth and so on, but also because we have insight and opinions that matter and that have something to say. So that was some general reflections. And then I think the most important thing, not to go into the specifics, and hopefully governments and everyone here who negotiate will have talked to their youth from their countries and gotten their specific opinions on each topic. But generally speaking, my hope for this COP is that we will land concrete building blocks and concrete decisions without loopholes, that actually work and that will continue to work the next years, so that when we inherit this process and when we are sitting as adults in the meeting rooms, we will have a process that actually works. We will have international politics that actually work, and we will have a planet that lives. That's my main hope.
Thank you, Matilda, Olumide, and Elise. I'd like to ask one last question to you, and that is, there's a lot of world leaders gathering at the conference over the next 2 weeks. I'd like you to imagine you get the opportunity to meet and speak with them for some short period of time. What is your message to this world leader? You don't need to say who it is, the world leader of your choice. What message do you want to convey to them? Keep it short and keep it clear. And I haven't given you this as a prepared question, so anyone can take the microphone when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I will still go back to my statements. I will tell them, anything for us without us is not meant for us. Thank you.
I think I would ask them very kindly to open their hearts and think about, like, who do we want to rule these negotiations? Is the hundreds of people in the fossil fuel industry, or is it the 2 youth delegates from each country that get to talk with the delegations? Like, I think it's wild that only 2 youth delegates from the countries have access to the delegations, like, directly, and they have to listen to them, and so many people from the fossil fuel industry. So I would ask, like, who do you really think we need to listen to? The people who are going to inherit this earth, who are going to live in with the consequences of the inaction we're seeing right now, or the people who are making profit right now?
Hopefully I would have more time to prepare if I got the chance, but I would tell them I really appreciated the UN Secretary General's remarks at the opening of this COP. My perception is that in every speech he has, he's very clear about the climate catastrophe that we're on our way to. He used the words, we're on the road to climate hell, and that is honest. That I feel that is clear, and that is what is actually happening. So I would encourage the other world leaders as well to be as clear, and to follow it up with actual policies. So I would like more honesty from them. If they do not care about the climate, say that. If it's not important for them, it's not a priority. Say that, but you have to be honest about the situation we are in, the urgency we are in, and what is actually needed from us because of this climate catastrophe. So that would be the first thing, and then the second thing, I would say that youth inclusion is important, actual democratic youth inclusion, because I don't remember who said this, but there's a quote that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Thank you for all of those messages. And of course, great if we can prepare before we run into a world leader, but sometimes you might just run into one in the corridor. And now you've had a chance to test out your statements. So thank you very much to our panel. As I said at the start of our event, we have a follow-up event where we reflect back on the negotiations, and that is on Thursday, the 17th of November. I hope that you're able to join us for that event and continue following us online and here at the Nordic Pavilion. Thanks once again to our panel. Please give them a round of applause. And I'd like to invite Nina back to this stage. Thank you.